world, and
Yep.
I forgot it. Oh my gosh, I would forget it all the time, and
Yeah,
then have to go back and do something and record it and then send it. Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad you said that. All right. So just to repeat, what I was going over there was in your settings is that, and this is not something you can preset in a drawing template. You have to, whenever you change this scale, this number is going to change. So when you come in here, double check that, set that number over here on the right to 1. And it's a little departure from the way these other things are set, because we normally set them on the left here when we think of in terms of plotted inches. But when we use the AutoCAD line patterning, we want that to be a 1. Okay, and then we're going to check, there is an MS LT scale system, and the model space line type scale. And we always want that to be on. Now, so what we've done with that is that we've allowed this annotation scaling to now affect our line style. So whatever, if we set our setup up here, and we're looking at general settings, let's see, set LT scale. So I'm going to set annotated that set annotative to drawing scale. The whenever we change the drawing scale up here, it's going to come down to create and create if it needs to. If not, then use the drawing scale is being done there for that annotative, and that's going to those line types and that sort of stuff. As long as we have that MSLT scale as a command. So model space line type scale, we want to make sure that's on. And there's a corresponding one called PSLT scale, and I think that's on by default. We also want that on. It's the paper space line type scaling. So if you were to have multiple layouts down here with that, maybe you set the viewports up at different scales, you would see those line types react. Now, that all being said, that may not be what you're after with this drawing. You may just want to be building a model, you know, or you're some, but that's just some good practice. Now, there's a couple of other things I would suggest to check here too is, now you are in state plane. And if we look, I don't know if it's under this one. Yeah, you can place an image if you have a world file, but you don't have a world file.
That takes the GIS module, correct?
Well, no, I'm in the GIS menu part of survey.
Okay.
So you can still do certain things. So like you can import and export Esri shape files. But you can't really do much of the other one has the other GIS module has a whole image control thing where you could bring in a Google Earth image, and you can also find there's all kinds of publicly available data out there for you to use. You know, if you get the right server names, and you know, you can get quad sheet backgrounds, you can get, you know, topography, the actual contours and stuff. Now, remember, they're typically compiled from either satellite or LiDAR flights and things like that. So,
gosh, that would be so cool. And I am, my trajectory is to pick up that GIS model. I'm going to be getting the new RT4 tablet, and you know, I want to be able to take photos when I'm doing those shots and have all that available.
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to go well beyond using 10% of my brain here.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are good. The one thing that I like to use that capability for is to just load up those images to make sure that you know, I don't have a bad base setup or something. So, you know, but
Mhm.
you know, and that's only if I need all that, any of that outside information. Like, you know, I've got in certain areas, I've got a client over in West Virginia, Eastern Panhandle, that, you know, he uses that to, you know, he logs into the West Virginia GIS clearinghouse and he brings in all of his tax parcel boundaries and, you know, aerial images, even the, got a really nice, 3 county wide 2-foot contours based on low altitude LiDAR. And it's fairly recent. So, you know, he gets a lot of that stuff without having to go out and survey things, because a lot of that land is rural and hasn't been changed and developed. So it's not like he has to go out and survey this stuff. So,
Well, you know, that for us doing these rural boundaries, being able to, we're working with the young surveyor that dad's mentoring, and, you know, gonna be his RPLS when he sits for his test. And man, he brings in all kinds of stuff to do those boundaries, you know, from Google Earth.
yeah,
Working with deeds from 1847, and so are all the adjoiners. It helps to be able to bring those fences in, and so that's one of the things that I foresee myself using it for, those old boundaries and
yeah,
using roads and things like that. So
yeah,
I that would be helpful to have the GIS module to do that.
yeah. Well, yeah, if that, you know, but if you've got somebody else already doing it and maybe they're using ARC software from Esri, um, you know, if they got other kind of things like that, or if they're really handy with Google Earth. Now, Google Earth is not going to be all that accurate, but neither is your tax parcel database anyway. In the first,
Right,
so,
right.
you know, so in any of those methods is doable. Yeah, I would suggest for now, if you've got a good workflow going with that, I would leave it like that for now. Get these basics under your belt before you jump in.
Mm-hmm.
So, all
Yeah.
right. So, now we got things cooking here. You got some nice points. I see some things are drawn based on those. Now, did you tell me the history of how this got done? You brought a bunch of
Um,
points in. Did you then sit down and play connect the dots and draw lines between the points?
well, no, so I am relatively proficient in drafting in the field, polylines in the field. So I did 99% of this in the field.
Okay.
Um, However, though, you know, a bit familiar with my story. This wasn't supposed to be this involved. Dad was just going to do the inside, and I was just going to collect the data, and I wasn't really. So now I realize, holy night, I've got to get in that data collector and get stuff straightened out so that when I bring it in, it's in the layers, it's got the symbols. So this has really opened my eyes. So I brought this in. I had the line work. I brought it in as a CRD, and the line work doesn't come in with the CRD.
No, because the CRD is nothing more than a coordinate file. It's just a file of
Mm-hmm.
points. So it's going to go in whatever drawing that you open. In fact, you can open another drawing, you know, the property next door or the property over in Arizona, and you still use that CRD file. So, and it's going to have coordinates based on what those coordinates are, and that's all it's going to have. But as you say,
Okay.
you found out you could bring in the DXF from the data collector. And
Right.
that part's fine. Now, are you using Serve CE on the data collector? Or
Yes.
Serve PC or one of the two?
Yes. Serve CE6.
Yeah. So when you draw these like road edges and boundaries and building outlines and stuff on the data collector, are you doing that based on the coding of the point? Or are you going into the map module and say, draw a line here to here?
I'm using the codes in a field code list.
Yes. Okay. So you have that same capability here in the survey module, so that you, and it's even a bit more enhanced than it is on the data collector. The data collector is great to be able to do it, you know, while you're looking at it out in the field, so you make sure you don't miss anything. But when you bring it back in here, and it's it's a process called field to finish.
Yes. Now I mean, just slightly familiar with it. And I know that's going to be my goal.
Yeah, so that, well, I mean, you're more than slightly familiar with it if you're using those field code lists to draw the line work.
Mhm.
That's the fundamental part of that. Okay, you're gonna do the same type of thing. So now we've got, let's see, where is that? We are looking, you have no coordinate file associated with this drawing. I see up here on the title bar, it says
Okay.
none. Okay,
So let me ask you this. So when I first opened up and I brought a CRD file in,
yeah,
and then when I brought the DXF, it created a whole new drawing. This one called 9205 Oak Creek. It was EXP DXF, and I just changed it to backup. I was late
yeah,
one night, but
no problem doing
so
that. Now, so you've got this file and it lives wherever it lives. In fact, if you look at the save as location, so right now this file, and you may have it on another screen, I can't see
yeah,
that.
let me bring it over here.
So
That's
this
there.
file then lives in Texas Survey 2023 23AO29 drawing files. Okay, that's where this is right now. Now, wherever the coordinate file is, and it's, I'm guessing in a different location because I don't see it in here.
It's let me see.
So what I'm trying to point out here is that this is a drawing file, and you created this by bringing in a DXF. That's perfectly fine, but and you also have brought the points in. So like this point, if I zoom it down in here and I look at these, so there's a point, and if I double click on that point, it's going to ask me to give it a coordinate file because
That's why that kept popping up.
yeah, because when I look up here at the top stripe of my window where it says Carlson Survey 2023 with IntelliCAD, blah, 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 it says CRD none. And then it's got the name of the drawing file, which I can also see in this tab down here. So I need to open that coordinate file if that, if that's my intent, or if you brought that coordinate file in when you created this, from some other outside place. So then you have to go here and say, set the coordinate file.
Okay.
Okay. And you choose new or existing. So when we say existing, but if I pull this list down, you see it's only looking where my current drawing is right now.
Okay.
Out, maybe let's
I can
go
move it over there real quick. I've got it on a USB. I hadn't moved it over yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
let me
all right, but
I'm
now,
gonna
but instead of doing that,
okay.
go ahead and put your USB drive in. We're going to import the points from that.
Okay, it's in.
Okay, so it's in your drive now. So I'm going to let you drive. So go to your points menu and let's set the coordinate file and let's give it a new, the points pull down menu over to the right there. And you're going to say set coordinate file and go to your new tab. Okay, now you're already sitting where you want it to go. You're in that folder up there. So now you give it a name, whatever you want to call the coordinate file. Now that's for the coordinate file, the coordinates that are in this drawing now that we're going to put in there, as well as any additionals or any changes that we make, they're going to go in this file. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be that one that you put on the thumb drive. It can stay there and it can always be, a snapshot in time. All right, so this is Oak Creek CRD is the,
let me get rid of it.
yeah. Okay,
So
9205. No, wait, well, you don't have to hit that.
oh,
Unless you want to browse for something else, but you're on the new tab, you're in that folder. There's your name. Now it's going to be empty right now. and then we'll just say open at the bottom.
Okay.
All right. All right, so now we have an empty coordinate file. And if you were to pull down the points menu and choose list points, it would tell you 0 points. So what we have to do is to get the points that are in the drawing into the coordinate file.
Okay.
Or also we could conversely get the points that are on or that are in that USB drive and are the points that are in this drawing all of the points that were in that file on the thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay. And are they all showing? You don't have any frozen layers or anything?
Yeah, they're all let me just check here real quick. They're all showing.
Okay. So we can do this in either of these fashions. And since they're already in the drawing, let's just go ahead and take it out of the drawing and put it in the file. So if you go to the points menu, pull that down and choose the point or coordinate file utilities. It's right there. Okay. So
Okay.
two of the things that we could have done. The first one is to, or you see on that file utilities column on the left, there is the import export points, and that's how you can do them. There's also this map the points from a second file that lets you that also can, does a bit of a transformation if you're in a different base. So we're not going to do that part either. But the easiest part now, since they're all in the drawing, we need them in the file. We have an empty file that is all the way at the bottom where it says update. Yeah, we're going to update the COD file from the drawing. And now we want everything. So we're going to leave that wild card set to asterisk. And that's all good. We say, okay. And now answering the prompts, it says to select any points, and it's asking you to select entities. Now you can do that or just type the word ALL and hit enter. All right, so 1,717 points. Wow, it doesn't look like that many.
No, there's not.
I'm guessing you've, well, it's that divided by 3.
Oh, yes, then that would be about right.
Okay. So that's, yeah, about 600 points. So that's good. And because it's counting the entities that make up a Carlson point, a group of 3 entities. And that's what
okay. Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So now you have finished selecting. So we're going to conclude the selection by hitting enter. And there it said it found 429 points. And now from here, you can also list your points in the first button on the right-hand column.
Yeah.
And just hit the all button if you'd like, or it's already set to, yeah, you can do it that way.
Let me bring this over.
So see, there's all your points.
All
Now,
right.
from that, if you remember, we did those point groups, you can create from this. And that, I think you told me you were having some trouble.
Well, that was that it was actually another job, and that was because let's see, you told me, well, that's when I brought the CRD file in, and as soon as I brought that CRD file in, I could begin to manipulate that. I wasn't doing it from here. I was actually going to the point drop down point group manager and doing that there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is just the report of the list points.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so go ahead and you can exit this report. That I'm just showing you, you've verified that you've got your points in there now. Okay.
Okay.
All right, now. So yeah, if we do, let me think about this for a second. When you bring in your stuff from your data collector, you don't typically do it from it used to be I mean, you're bringing it in from those files, whether it's on a thumb drive or whatever. There used to be a way you could, like, you don't normally directly connect your data collector.
I was originally, but then I started having all kinds of problems with that. Uh, I forgot which Microsoft application that was.
Yeah.
Mobile.
Mobile or WinCE or something.
Yeah, I just had all kinds of problems with it. So just it was easier to do it with the thumb drive. I'm looking forward to the
Yeah.
RTK or
You're gonna,
RKT4.
yeah, you're gonna really like that. Insert PC, there's been some like version 7.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty phenomenal. Now, I don't have that little demonstrator on that. I have to get with Carlson to do it because uh they're no longer developing. They're going to continue to support, but they're no longer going to develop anything for the data collector for on Cert CE. It's all going to Cert PC now. So it's all going to run on the tablet, and that's because what Microsoft has killed that Windows CE. They no longer have a mobile operating system. So
Mm-hmm. I
anyway,
think
so when I
y'all's
was,
hardware rep up there, I met with had a call with him with Michael, and that's what he was telling me, that Microsoft just completely stopped all of that.
yeah, who do you deal with, by the way?
Well, down here in Texas for the hardware, which was Michael, Michael said, look, so we deal with G4 Spatial Rick Walker for all of our hardware. And,
Yeah, I know the conversation you had with Mike Sobel in terms of, I mean, he's exactly right. You need to have that local representation.
right.
So you have a dealer. Do you ever deal directly with your Carlson rep?
No, I did
Okay.
originally, but I don't really know. I mean, David Sanford
David
helped
Sanford.
me. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna let you know about, is Dave Sanford, and I wasn't for sure if he was still in charge of Texas. I was pretty sure he was, because I think he lives out of Dallas, maybe, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But he is a super great guy. I've had dinner with him and his wife, played golf with him, many times back when I was working for Carlson directly. And he used to work for, oh, I don't remember the name of the company now. They were a big competitor of Carlson. And well, I don't remember. Anyway, the name of the company, but and a lot of those guys, when they went under, came over and started working for Carlson, and he's really good and knows this stuff pretty deeply as well. So if you ever get a chance and you deal with him again, please pass along my name and my greetings to him. I should
I
stay in
will.
touch with him better, but since I don't, just go ahead and tell him Ken Crawford said hello.
I will do that for sure.
So yeah, here's
Where
what
did you go to get to access that data collector?
on the survey menu.
Okay.
And so now the problem is it's trying to
This brought up,
run that command. So it's not gonna work
I,
because it's not connected.
I've got an error message. Let me bring it up over
Yeah, just
here.
go ahead and cancel that. I was trying to see, yeah, that's fine. I was trying to see if the if I could see some of the dialogues, because they used to have commands in there that let you bring the DXF stuff in directly. But all right, there you go. See, and this would be how, if you're looking at the data collector, you could find the DXS file. Now, there's also on the data
But you
collector
can't
here.
use this you can't use this anymore due to the lack of the connection with the.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right. So, but that's what I was looking to do, is if we had that connected, there is a way the data collector will also, it can be set up to use a DWG file directly instead of just DXF. You brought that one over. There's also this F2F conversion, that's field to finish conversion. So it could take your field code file, your FCL file, and convert it into a file that you could use on under survey here to get that same type of functionality that you get out in the field when you do this.
Okay.
So, come on, there we go, finally got it. So because if I look at, let's just take a real quick peek here. I don't want to get too far down in the weeds on this, but this is a line here, or a shape drawn that's on, there's your properties on dialogue on another screen. There it is. All right, so if I look at that, and it's on this layer called building, right? And so I would then think that this point, what does EC mean?
Edge of concrete.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so that would be that you could have all of the EC points, create lines, and I don't know that I'd put them on the building layer. I might have it on a concrete layer or a sidewalk layer or something.
Well, that's what I'm trying to, I'm learning this, and
yeah, sure. And
you-
as you can see now, here's one called toe, and that's on a layer called topo. All right, so those things are all well and good and fine. I think what we want to talk about, see, pavement. The BC is a building corner. All right, so these are going to be some good examples. Now here is some excellent examples here. That's it's on right of way into pavement one. Into pavement. Okay, now this little structure right here, that is that curbing?
yes.
All right, because it's on a layer ROW. That's just there's not many rights of way that are defined like that, but that's fine. All right, so I think what we're going to do, that's also on right of way ROW. All right, so I think what we'll do is I want to sort of get you thinking about this for a bit. I think this is going to give you the most improvement in what we're doing. Well, first of all, I want to take a look at, what you've done out in the field, and we'll talk about building this as a surface model. So that's the first thing that I want to really kind of look at, and we're not going to worry about where these lines live right now. So what I'd like you to do is let's take a look at that in your 3D viewer. So go to the view menu.
Okay.
Choose 3D view, and then choose the drawing viewer. And then select entities, just either draw a window around everything or type the word all, anything you want. So click, and hit enter, it's fine.
Let's see. Click and enter.
Now hit enter to finish.
Okay.
Now let's double click this to get it bigger. And now I'm going to choose this icon, and I can already see some issues. You see right there?
Oh, yeah.
So you've got some lines, some of the endpoints of those lines are not going to the right point. They might be when you look at it straight down,
Sure.
but they're dropping down to zero. Okay. So that's the very first thing. And this is what so many people who do this stuff, they don't go in here and verify their stuff. They'll just build a surface. It won't give them any errors. And they say, fine, I'm done. They walk away from it. Or if they generate contours and they got these little spiky, ring contours all the way down to these little pits. So these are all things that have to be fixed. And here's a quick way of doing that to find those locations. Is we're going to leave this like this. And we're going to go over to the settings tab at the right-hand side here. And then we're going to come down here and choose this icon that says set the CAD view to the current view. Okay, so I'm going to choose that, say okay. And now I'm going to exit, and you're going to see sitting there. Okay. So we know we got some things we have to fix. And the things we have to fix are right here. I'm going to just draw a crossing selection so that they all get selected. Those are all lines, different things, but their color says by layer. I'm going to pull this down, and I'm going to make all of these. Let's see what the color we're not using. Let's just find one. Let's use this sort of fuchsia looking thing. It's a little brighter than magenta. We'll make it that, and we'll make the line weight. Let's make them all heavy so we can see it. And then I'm going to come over here on the right hand, down at the right hand side at the bottom. I'm going to double click that line weight so I can see the line weights. And now, because see, I could take this and just grip edit this line. I could go from here, and if I know where it is, and I could, you know, snap and fix it up here. But it's hard to tell sometimes when we're spun up like this. That's why I changed this stuff. And then I'm going to go back to the plan view. Okay. So we're going to just type the word plan and hit enter, and then hit enter one more time. And now that's zoomed us way out. There's something. Looks like there's two straight points down here, and they're just probably straight points, and they are at zero on layer 0. And those can happen when you run certain commands. They just leave straight points behind. So I'm going to get rid of that. I just deleted them. I'm going to zoom extents again. Zoom extents. So now there's still something somewhere that's causing. We got a straight line up here somewhere. Okay. Now, and it looks like wow, it's not even showing yet. It's selected. It might be that, you know what, I bet I'm looking straight down on the end of it. No. All right, so I'm gonna go back to my plan view. Put it back here. Now, I suspect, let's see, I've got something down here. I've got that up there looks like that's that straight line. Yeah, okay. So if I know for a fact that that's not there, or alternately, and here's the better case, I'm going to do a zoom window right around this general area that I'm working in, right? All right, so if I know that everything I really need or want and think that I should have is all contained here, go to your edit menu now and choose erase.
Erase.
No, you're almost
there.
there.
Yeah, there we go.
And then choose erase outside. And it's going to prompt you to show at the corner. So pick a lower left and an upper right that is bigger than this, but no, it doesn't have to snap. Yeah, like out there. Just make sure it's completely contained. There you go, like that. So when you say that, you see it found actually two things. So something else that it found. Now when I do a zoom extents, see, it zooms to the extents of my data. There's nothing else out there.
Okay. Wow, that's a nice check and balance there.
Yeah, so, and you got a couple of, now we see that, okay, here's the the line, if I look at that line, it has a starting coordinate of this value with a start Z of 671, 77, 16, and an end Z of 0. So that, probably when you drew this, you maybe started from that point, maybe snapped to an end point or something of this line, which if I look at that line there, it has an elevation of 0. Even though it hasn't gone through those points, it was created as a 2D polyline. So, so I'm going to think that that might be what that's from. If I look at this line, that's to connect to here, it is also at 0. Whoops, wait a minute, let me get, yeah, this line here, it has a start elevation of 0 and end elevation of 0. So remember when we looked at our viewer and we marked these as ones that could be worked on? One thing we did not look at in the viewer, we had ignore 0 checked on, so we didn't see these. So I'm going to spin this up, not in the 3D viewer, but right here inside of the CAD system. And I'm going to hold the shift key and I'm going to press and hold the wheel on the mouse, and keeping it pressed, I'm going to just roll it up like that. And there you can see all of this line work down here on the bottom is down at 0 elevation.
Okay.
Okay, so if those need to be elevated based on point positions, then we need to fix that part.
Let me just say this right now. I think so when I'm doing a topo and I've got my field code list, I need to be in 3D polyline, correct?
Yeah, I would. And and here's the other thing too, is I notice a lot of these things are lines, and Carlson works best with polylines, even if it's just a single segment, to make those polylines instead of just lines. Lines will work, but the problem I have with well, I don't know if I have any problem with lines. It's just that polylines work the best here. And I think in terms of 2D and 3D, and lines are 3D by their very nature. But polylines, and if I look at down here at this one at this entrance, now that one is a polyline. See right up here, it's a polyline, and it's 2D. I can tell just from looking at the grips, because it's got those midpoint grips that are like half width grips versus the endpoint grips, and it has an elevation, a constant elevation of 0. So that was all done. Now that's all well and good when you're in plan view and you're looking straight down on it, it looks fine. Okay. But if what we're after is to get every bit of this stuff done as a 3D model. Okay, now it looks like, these lines up here, looks like that outside, these outside edge lines here, and this line here, those are at full 3D elevation. Now, it may be that, I don't know what is this, that's on a layer called boundary. Now think about this. Your boundary is one that does not need to be in 3 dimensions. It's just an abstraction on a piece of paper that's going to be best served to simply be a 2D, even though the points that define it have elevation. Because if we leave this as a 3D and this is a 3D, all of these individual things on this layer called boundary. But right now, because this is 3D line work, when we go to build a terrain model out of this, it's going to treat that as a breakpoint. Now, in this particular case, it's sort of okay in the sense that, we're saying nothing out here on this side, should connect to anything on this side over here anyway. But the problem is, triangles are going to form across this overall gap anyway. If we look at this line, this one's also on that layer boundary. You know, maybe it's an easement line or something. But because it is in three-dimensional space, when we go to build our terrain model, points over here on this edge that might be, you know, some other feature like a sidewalk or, you know, anything that were just random shots on the ground. If this is 3D, this line, and it stays in that data set when we go to build the model, we want triangles to form from these points over here over to these points over here.
Mhm.
But that will keep that from happening. That serves as a break line. Okay. So there's a wealth of information that we've sort of uncovered here just by looking at it.
Man.
Oh, and it looks like there's another one that we missed. It was apparently shorter.
Yeah, I see it there.
And we'll change that color and wait. All right. So there now we've got what I think is all of those things defined. All right. So that's a couple things we can do. Now you could go through and take the time and effort to take all of these lines, figure out which things need to be 3D, and the ones that need to be 3D are the ones that represent physical edges on the ground. Okay. So and they're going to become, by their very existence, they are break lines. So if we've got, you know, say this building that's over here, that little edge of concrete and the building itself, those need to be up there in 3D. Okay, and right now they're not. And you know, so right now, and they're lines, and they can be joined and they can be elevated. Now there's a number of ways we can do that. I'm going to set us back into plan view now. And you could, for instance, let's see if you've got it here under survey. You can go from 3D to 2D, but I want to go from 2D to 3D, and I don't have the same tools in survey to do that with as I do in civil. I don't really see it. I would have to redraw those lines, or if they're lines, I could. Now that's a polyline. I can see the grips. So it's a polyline on a layer called building. But there's just the one. Somewhere we saw there's 4 things in there. All right, so I've got 2 polylines and 2 lines. I want the line. All right, I'm going to turn on selection cycling. There you go. Selection cycling. All right, so I could do it this way. I could select those and I can come down here and just grip edit this. And I'm going to move that to whatever point it needs to go to. And so, you know, that's one way that I'm just going to put one here in general and then show you the effect of that in 3D. So you see what I did is I joined that one end, and that's why I made those by color and go back in plan view to do it, because in plan view that looked all on that building, but when I look at it here in 3D, I can't really
see where that segment is, where that line is.
Yeah, right. So now let me select this one and let's make it green. Yeah. Yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah, there we go. So now if I just click on this and green, now you see what that little box pops up? That's from my selection cycling.
Okay.
That's when you get things over top of each other and you can't tell which one you're selecting.
Oh,
All right, so but that's a setting you had to turn on. So now I'm going to take this and I'm going to just, and again, I don't know, because I've got a mess in here with the number of points. It's one of these may not be correct. I'm just going to, put that there and then show you that this is our ultimate goal. This is not the best way to fix that. Okay, but I've brought that up here now and fixed that to, assuming I pick the right points. Okay. So what we're going to do, instead of going through here and trying to fix all that up and trying to decide what everything's going, we're going to do a new file and we're going to, I'm going to get you started right into field to finish, because I think this is going to save you the problems later, more so than anything else. So I'm going to go ahead and save this file and we'll leave that as it is. And let's do a save. We'll keep this in the same, folder. And I'm going to call this 9205 Oak Creek. I can get the mouse now. Come back here now. There we go. And I'm going to say underscore F to F for field to finish. Put today's date on there like that. Okay. So I've got everything, saved it as a new file. I'm going to now just erase everything in the file. I'm going to say erase, ALL, enter, enter. Now everything's gone. It's brand new. It's empty, but we still have all of our settings done the way we had it. And we still have our coordinate file up here set what that is. Now here's the joy part that you're going to walk away with, because like I say, you're having a lot of this stuff happen in in the field. You're saying you're getting stuff happen in the field. So let's go to the field to finish aspect of it here. Now, if you use these ribbons, I think it's on the survey tab and it's there, that checkered flag.
Okay.
Use field to finish. And there's an inspector, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to choose this, but we're going to have to build a field code or a field code definition file, an FCL file. Whereas you have, or I'm sorry, an FLD file, but you have an FCL file on your data collector that tells it what layer, symbols for your points, whether you're using them or not, whether to draw lines, that kind of stuff. So we can do the same thing here. And I would suggest that we at this moment maybe start to keep that a little bit, just to keep it separate until we get this. If you get the kinks worked out on this end, then you can transfer that down to the other file. So we're going to make a new file and we're going to call this, I don't know. Call it TS for Texas Surveyor. Yeah. So you guys field codes. All right. So we'll just name it. All right. So it says it's empty. What do you want to do? Select another one. Yeah, the codes are import codes. Now, if you have that thumb drive that you plugged in, that you had the coordinate file on. And do you have your data collector handy?
I do actually. I have to go get it and turn it on and all that, but you know what? I gotta take a huge bathroom break. So maybe
Okay, that's perfect. So
coffee's working through me.
yeah, I'm the same way. I need to actually go refill myself after I empty. So let's do this. So I'll just leave this here, but here's what I want you to do. And I'll pause the recording so we come back. But if you will take that thumb drive, turn your data collector on, get it up and running, and find that field code file, and it should be an FCL file.
Yes.
Okay, find that file, put it on that thumb drive, and then we'll bring it back to the computer here, and you're going to put it in your settings, and then we're going to use that to start our other work. Otherwise, you know, we can build it from the ground up, but I don't want to spend all day. If you've got some things already set, we're going to go ahead and use those. Okay, so take a break. It's about 21 after. We'll come back at 10:30, 9:30 your time. Some more coffee if you need it, and stretch your legs, answer a phone call or whatever. All right.
Okay. See you back at 9:30.
Yeah, let me pause our recording here. And I paused the control, so I'm going to press the control again.
Because even on the week.
There we go.
Okay.
Now,
If we had looked at, then let's make sure that
get
the bricks,
that,
Matt also
file
has to
brought
settle
across.
that, so just make sure.
I have it on the thumb drive.
Okay, go ahead and put that into your USB.
So we are
slot.
good on that stuff.
All right, we're good to go.
And let's say import code. I'm
Thanks
gonna
to
do
you.
this. There you go. Import code. And you're going to import service.
Lots of dates. I'm just waiting till.
And now navigate your way. There you go.
So and now
There it is.
All right. And
that way we ready earlier. That's when it's
open.
so we decided we want to expand online.
13. All right, so now we got it. Now, before we start drawing anything, we're going to take a look at some stuff.
For Friday.
We're going to
Yeah.
want
And
to
then instead, since it came from you guys, instead of me trying to talk to Joe, this is our last conversation. Maybe it's totally comfortable with that. It's
Yes.
There we go.
So,
And we want to draw point numbers, elevations.
we're not just taking it and making it.
Go ahead and check on some label zeros.
Fine.
Okay, and now description defined.
And that we're doing manufacturing for him, and that it's, so it's. Right.
Elevations.
And it looks good. I mean, the new piece that we got it look great. They just, it's like send us 30.
That's fine.
And are you, speaking of that, are you gonna need any additional samples outside
point
your
on the real
one
Z
for
axis,
line,
go
and
ahead
any
and say
extra
on.
marketing?
Let's see.
Right there, yeah.
Okay.
And line work on the real Z will leave as by code. And the PCPT curve type. Now as sequential, that's good. Adjust the distances to keep tangential arcs. Change that tolerance from 1 to 0.5. That means when we're out there in the field, we shoot what we think's a PC and a PT. And the implication is that it's a curve in between them, a tangent curve. Then what this setting will do here is that to be able to keep the curve tangent, it will slide the PC and PT up to half a foot. If we just eyeballed where it starts and stops a little incorrectly. Otherwise, it holds those points exactly, and including the point on the curve that we surveyed. And sometimes you'll get little bubble curves.
Yes.
Tangent. Okay, so this will hold it that way. All right, now you can create point groups, and you can set up this code list to generate a group to put the points in.
Yeah.
Or right now is a good first
I
stop
think
to
you'll
look
laugh.
at it. Let's just do it by code definition. Well, I'm sorry. That's the way I'm saying that the definition of the code can decide what group it goes into, but uncheck that and choose automatically by code. And what that's going to do is, and then check to the right of that, ignore the code suffix. So what that's going to do is it's going to read all of those descriptions and it's going to make
And
a
then I will finish
one
getting
of
this picture
individual,
processing.
um,
It's, it's been a little crazy, so.
for each of the
Okay.
individual descriptions.
Social for the ones that
Anything
Matt
that,
sent
that's a
over
unique
is,
description, it will make
that.
into a separate
Pull
group.
those out
So
and.
once we're
Okay.
done with this, let's say you've got
I
some
don't
called,
know, maybe it's
EC and
send it
EC
off to
one,
you, you can see, or,
EC2, it's gonna make a group called EC and include all those points in
the
it.
more
It'll
you
do that
have,
automatically.
maybe that's.
Oh, man.
But you
Okay.
could also, like, you see how you can make this work for you. You see this,
You can also tap and just say current, sales.
Yes.
you could say, put the day's date in there so that you know,
Okay, well, this is already.
if you're doing like a daily dump of coordinates.
Okay.
Then you can make those groups only apply to that, and give it a prefix. There's all kinds of things you can do with it, but we're not, we could spend a week learning the nuance
Sure.
of what we can do here. So let's not do that. But what we will do is let's, see, allow 3D arc set levels by codes. Pause on, let's pause on any, no, let's not. Let's leave that alone. Okay, that's good. All right, I think that's good for additional draw options for now. And we will erase existing and erase in range. We're not going to do preview only. We're not worried about overlaps. And those are the point attribute overlaps. Wow, this has a new option in this. The new version has an option now to go ahead and build the surface right out of the gate. Now, I don't like to do that initially. You can do that for your setup. I like to do that as a separate step, but I want to look at that data first.
Okay.
So now we've told it the code table, CSV code, got our coordinates now. Now we could go ready to look at
from 25 cents, I get to 6.
codes.
Yeah.
Look at that, edit the code, and we're gonna see some code here. We're gonna do some of this reporting that's over in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that.
I don't know whether getting some, how do you go to a fit?
I want to run these.
Like, who are you gonna pay the tag with? The tag alone is.
I want to look at my code definitions,
Bags.
or I can look at my data points.
Yeah, everything.
Pre-reports.
We never received the information.
So
So that
if I look at my code definition, I'm gonna get all of my codes. And I'm going to only report the codes that are in my current coordinate file. And if I say that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things there that are, I mean, we're.
If I can
I
get,
remember when it was 10 cents, up to 15 cents, 25, and I was like, how do you go to 6? And there's no allowance for the poly bag, the additional bags, sometimes we put on bags, or the labor to bag.
there we go.
So anyway.
Are you able to hear me okay, Mike? Because
You've
you've got other voices in the background that are really loud.
So
on my
anyway,
end.
those are.
Oh, they are?
But if you can't.
I can hear you. Yeah, my wife's doing a conference call in here too. It's the only.
Oh, that's
place we
absolutely fine. As long as you're not, as long as you can hear me, just tell me if I need to speak louder. That's fine.
No,
Please don't, and please don't have her stop.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, and because you'll hear it on the recording. You may not hear it the same way there, but all right. So here's what we have on this code table report. I'm trying to get this big enough out here. All right, so it's read in your data set. You have these.
So if there's anything else you need,
codes. Why can I do this? Not really.
And I already know, I see, I need to change a lot of these in the field to, in the data collector. Like, the 60D, I would put that as a, in boundary, we've been doing.
You've got
identify.
60 DF, so that's a 60 penny nail found. All right, so that's okay. All right. But the big thing, and because you might want to still use that as a description, as a code and a description, but right now, and it's going to go on layer boundary. Okay, and that's perfectly fine. Oh,
Bless you.
goodness gracious. But if you ever shoot a 60 penny nail found, that's not necessarily
And
bad.
then we also were talking to Matt about which ones to pick.
You may or may not want it to go on, automatically go on a layer called
So
boundary.
we're just.
So that's, up to you. And it is
Final,
that particular symbol.
so we'll echo
gonna be
a
a
lot
point
better about
quickly.
coming together and being more
Some of
streamlined.
those, here's like the building here
This
is
is, and
gonna be a
it's time.
2D polyline, and I don't see any 3D polylines, so we're gonna make some of these 3D polys. So this is a good start. We can see what we've got.
Yes.
There's a description with it's separate and distinct. So the description
Yes.
is going to be what writes into the,
Yeah.
not the point
Yeah,
description.
I can tell you that will be no
Oh,
problem, because they were
reading
still
the point
pushing for
description,
May, which
they
I
match.
felt like was really
It's gonna be that,
tight.
but when it puts that point in
And
the
I was
drawing,
just like,
it's going to
you
put
guys are
down
gonna send me to the room again, I swear to God.
this
like,
column
you know,
over here.
we're-
And so
Well, that's what
right
I
now,
told
by
them, I said,
default, they typically
it's not about.
match what
Yeah,
your
I'm like,
code
you're
does.
changing pieces, I don't have a final
But you
cost.
see this
We have to get
column
through the
here,
root system, we
this
have to
full
get
name
like,
column.
so.
Those, you can have this code generate a point
Carlson.
in the
You're
drawing,
right, a lot of
this as a
pieces.
description in the drawing.
So anyway.
You can have two different descriptions on a point in a drawing.
No problem, so
You've
we
got
decided
the raw description, which is this code.
Okay,
And
and I'll get you updates on that, I'll put you all
drawing
your
description, which can
I'll put the brain tag separate, so you'll know what we needed to add, if you do just want it. Do the brain tag, and we can always leave it on with the brain tag considered, and remove those
It
later.
can be anything that you tell it to in the code definition.
Okay.
Okay, and right now, our
Well,
codes are saying, use the raw description. But you also have a name for that code, and you can have that be the description. So we'll see the distinction here in just a minute.
Yeah, we'll get on that. Yes,
So,
I'll just
so that's the report. Those are the things that
some
are
items we just want to update you on where we are
that
and what's coming in, and
set of coordinates.
this vignette is complete.
If I also go
So,
back to that, and let's uncheck this.
More regular text base, just so you have a better level.
Here now is that
Where
summary
and have
report
just visibility. So, okay, all right.
for all of
All right,
you.
guys, well, happy Friday,
They're all pretty
everybody.
much set up the same way, it looks like.
Right,
Uh,
thanks, I'll talk to you soon.
looks
Hey,
like
y'all.
everything is either a 2D polyline or a point. Okay, I'm not seeing any 3D polylines at all. Okay, so that's good to know and good place to start. All right. You got some different point symbols. That's good as well. So let's go do another report now, this time, and let's look at our data points instead of the codes. And only report in there. Let's see if we've got any undefined points first of all. So I'm going to say only report undefined and say okay. And we'll, okay, so these are all codes. These are descriptions in your coordinate file that you do not have a code for. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So these are all one, and it looks like, there's a few, 46 of them. FFE, TELPED, which is, I'm going to guess you might have meant pad.
It's actually a
pedestal.
Yeah, pedestal. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. and then that VMT stuff. So, you know, all of those things we can fix in this code table. And once, the good thing about all this too, Mike, is that once we're done with this, you can export that back out to an FCE file or an FCL file and put right back on your data collector and start using it out in the field.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So, all right.
And like you say, this is the core of field to finish.
Yes. And this is the biggest bang for the buck out of using Carlson survey, in my opinion. And I've got people that are so reluctant to do this. I've got a good friend I've known for 30 years here that his he runs Carlson, and he just, you know, he's the third generation surveyor in his family, and he's really a good surveyor. But he comes back in and spends 3 days on every job playing connect the dots, because
That's my dad, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, so
He's
he's too afraid to trust the machine to do this for him, and yet, you know, that's why we get the machines, so that we can get 90% of this stuff done for us, and we're not spending all of our time trying to second guess this. But the problem is, and this is his problem, is he's sort of a free form kind of data coder. So he'll go out and shoot a point, and, you know, any given day, he might code in RS for random shot, or he might call it RP for random point, or he might call an IPF, an iron, you know, for an iron pin founder, he might call it IPFND, you know, and he doesn't have any consistency, and he doesn't, you know, and that part is I mean, yes, it takes a little bit of self-discipline, but you can also set up your data collector to pop those codes up for you. It's not like you have to remember what to call them.
Right.
You know,
Right.
you can do all that. So, but anyway, that's another story. But that's why we're gonna, I think this is where you're gonna get the biggest bang for this buck here, is to get this in shape, let it do your drawing. And then when we look at our data, you're going to see that, oh, okay, that makes sense. Everything's good to go. Now you can build your surface model without having to do any kind of tweaking to it. You just
Yeah.
I mean, you put a boundary, a shrink wrap on it, and then you just you know, press go and look at your results. Okay, so
Fun.
that's where we're going to be with this. So we've got those codes. There was another one that was only the undefined point codes. Let's just look at everything and sort by the codes, and it'll just give us a list of, you know, here you've got a not defined, whatever this VMT is.
I don't know. Oh, you know what that is? It was a misspelled. It should be P and a PB pavement.
PVMP, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's easy enough to fix. So you got 2 points that have that code. So we're going to fix that immediately. Okay. Now there's one called AT&T. Because I saw that you had a description of some of these points called AT&T access or something like that. So apparently, is access one of the codes? I don't see it. I guess it skipped it once it found the AT&T part. But there's a setting that we can tell it to split multiple codes or not. And that's typically going to work the best for us when we do. So when it hit that space between AT&T and access, it thinks AT&T is a code, and then it thinks access is a code, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So anyway, here's sort of, and these are good bits of knowledge to have. Now you see this EP1, EP2, et cetera. That's, see if I thought we could ignore the suffixes. I don't see that. That's all right. So anyway, we see that say that what do we call it? EC, edge of concrete. EC1 is also edge of concrete because EC is the only code you have. EC1, or maybe what, we'll take a look. EC1, same as EP and EP1, and then if you had, and there's an EP2. So it's reading that correctly as an edge of pavement code, but it knows which points are with and without a suffix. Okay. Same thing as F and C. So that's the plan. All right, so let's jump into this pretty quickly. I'm gonna go to edit codes. And you've got categories over here which help. This is just like point group creations that you can do things. So I'm gonna just make a couple of them to show you how that works. And I might call it control. I'll make one called control. I'm gonna make another one called monuments or monumentation. You know, whatever you typically would do, because that's not necessarily a control point, but it could be a boundary point. I'm going to make another one called roads, pavement, roads and pavement type points. I'll make another one called parking. And you may or may not have any codes that would go into that. I'll make one last one, and I'm going to make one called
I'll make a list of new ones as we go here.
And then let's make trees, or let's call it vegetation. So we might have a shrub and a tree, and then everything else will be, what would we call another one? Like just a random shot in the field.
Natural ground. I was doing NG natural ground.
Yeah, and that's fine. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm giving these. I'm just creating categories that I'm going to put natural ground into.
Okay.
And we'll just call it miscellaneous points. Now I'm putting underscores in there. I don't know that they have to be, but I don't want to use space.
Sure.
Give me an error and all that. Just try and see. All right, so we've got miscellaneous points. I still got unassigned. I still got all those we can't get rid of. I think we got control, monument, road, buildings would be a good one. Or structures, either one. Let's just call it buildings. We might do one last one here is utilities. Utilities, and you could have different utilities. You could have, you know, storm and sanitary. You can have just sewers in general. You can have overhead power. You just have wiring and, you know, any kind of.
Okay.
Depends on how you need to separate out your work in the future. I usually just lump all those into utilities. And now these are not codes. I'm not making code yet. Okay. So now we're going to look at a couple of settings here under our code table settings. All right. And here's where up here we could set that file, which we did when we brought that in and read the servce file. And here's another place where you can import those servce codes. And that's what we did from that thumb drive. Okay. Now, when we're done with this, we're going to go back to here and we're going to export the servce codes and put it on the thumb drive and put that back on your data collector and use that one instead. Okay. So all of that stuff's good. You can, just like point files, you can merge them from different files. You can import, you know, you can have one that already has some codes, import them from another file. So if you got 3 or 4 code tables floating around, you want to combine them, you can do all that. So that's good stuff. Now, you could say some people do this options to draw field codes without a suffix as points only. And that is a sort of a shorthand. Depending on, like, if you're out in the field and you're coding points, if you want it to draw line work, you would always put a number or a suffix on the code, like let's call it EC. Maybe if you're just shooting the corner and it's just the edge of concrete, but you're not trying to draw the concrete edge, you would just say EC. But if you wanted to draw the edge, you would say EC1, and everything that's connected along that feature, you would keep the ones, and you go to the next one is EC2. So that's an option if that's the way you work, and you'll say, if you don't have a suffix, only create the points, even though the code is going to say draw the line. But if you don't put a suffix on it, only draw the point. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck that and leave it the way it normally runs. Like you would just type EC and give it start and stop codes to do it that way.
Okay.
And you could tell it to stop the line work at a gap in point numbers, which that's sort of a forgiveness factor, if you will. I like to leave that unchecked and tell my guys to develop the discipline of starting and stopping the line work
In the field. Yeah.
Yeah, because especially if you're using, Search CE correctly, when you popped it up, there's a little picture of the end of a line or the end of an arc or whatever, and you just click it. It's not like you have to, oh, what a type EP or EL or STOP. No, just pick the picture. Anyway, there's also little cutoffs for if your elevation difference is over certain stuff, then stop drawing the lines. Same thing for the line work length. Now this is a useful thing if, again, you don't have the discipline to start and stop the lines. And I ran into this as well, teaching a class down at where was I? Was in Houston, up at Hobby Airport. I think it was the Texas Surveyors Association. This is years ago, back in 7, 8, or 9, somewhere in there. And actually, a guy was out. He'd worked on one of the first jobs I ever worked on out of college, out on State Route 36 out of southwest of Houston, over in Sealy. That's where the Sealy mattress folks started. And anyway, this is just a long straight road, it barely moved, and we were going through and picking up all the edges, all the features along the edges, like driveways and culverts, and mostly the recoverable property corners, because they were going to widen the road. And we had to compute how much property takings that the department of, the highway department was going to take. So, but anyway, he had another job there that they were doing the same type of thing, long straight road, and he's trying to run field to finish, and brings it in, and he zooms in and he goes, man, it brings out all this line work. I've got all these lines, they're going, and you'd expect the edges of pavement, if you got 6 miles worth of road that's essentially straight, that's going to be a long polyline on in your CAD file, and they're going to be really close together width-wise, because they're only 40 feet across from each other. And but they're 5 or 6 miles long. So he was having troubles, because every now and then what they were doing was, when they would pick up somebody's culvert under their driveway, they're supposed to start and stop those culverts where the end point of the culvert is. And sometimes they'd forget the stop code. And so it would draw it would keep drawing the line for the culvert to the next culvert point, which might be on the other side of the street, and it might be half a mile down the road. Right. So zoomed in, it looks basically parallel to all the others, because it's so darn long. But it's got that, that distance where he should have stopped his point code or stopped his line codes. He didn't, and he kept drawing lines. And so he couldn't figure it out, because he was putting everything on the same layer, and just couldn't really see what was going on and how to fix it. So that's a little forgiveness factor there as well. You can set that to, hey, anything over 1,000 feet, or in this case 5,000, whatever, go ahead and stop the line work and pick it up again later. So
Mhm.
again, if you do the if you develop the self-discipline to start and stop with your codes, you don't have to worry about that. All right, so now the
That's
next
been
thing
one of my
is-
big issues.
what's that?
Has been one of my big issues, but since I started doing this,
Yeah,
it has changed my practice in the field.
yeah, well, good. Good. So, and wait till you see what happens out of this. So,
Yeah.
now you can also tell it to put these as a default distinct point layer. And what we're going to do with that is, and we're going to leave this suffix on here. So whatever layer that our code puts things on, let's say our EC code is going to put things on a layer called pavement, right? So if I don't have something here to make a distinct separate layer for the points, it's going to put those points on that layer. And if I wanted to freeze the points, and I can do so by freezing the layer, it's going to freeze the line that are on that layer also. So this way it keeps them as a separate layer, the same pavement layer name, but then just adds the suffix on in front of that. Okay.
Okay.
Or on behind that as the underscore PNTS. So that's just a good way to keep your data organized. Now, the first and second symbol control when missing a third control, that's for some real advanced stuff when you're putting in scaling and rotation for things. We're not going to worry about those. M-text for language descriptions, multiple Z labels. Multiple Z labels for line work at the same Z, and nothing to worry about. Z stop line work for different point groups. Use preceding special codes. No, we're gonna, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna put our special codes after the code, not before the code. Interpolate no elevation points for 3D. Yes, so when it generates 3D polylines, if it generates intermediate points between the actual observed points with elevations, it's going to distribute that elevation difference along those. So we do want to keep that one on like that is. So I think that's good to go. We'll say okay, because that's has set up some settings. Okay, now we've got this button here called special codes, and that is all of those little control codes. You've got up here the general special codes in this upper left box. Then you got point symbol or attribute special codes in this box. And over here are special codes that work with the line work. And then down below some specialized things, 3D faces, photo link. So if you got a camera, you can catch in all that. OFB offset width. That's the offset both code that's over somewhere here. Oh, offset left, and then offset both.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is OFB offset width is, yeah, it's double. So if you put in a new code, if you put in, let's say you're shooting, a good example, you're shooting a well, if you do it this way or not, but let's say you're shooting parking lot striping, say between parking places. And they're typically 4-inch wide stripes. Well, we don't do that. We just shoot the line in there and then we draw a fat stripe. But let's say for some reason your client insisted on having the line, the actual edge of the paint mark he wanted in there. So what you do is you would shoot the end of the point stripe right in the middle of it. And then you would go to where it butts up against the curb or whatever, wherever it goes to. Maybe there's a cross a perpendicular stripe or whatever. And you would go to the end of that right in its middle width. And then you would type in a code OFB, and then you'd put a distance. Now, you can see to the code to the left, it says offset left OFL. So if I'm doing, say, curb lines, I might put, OFL, or I might shoot the point, maybe that's my back of curb. Well, let's see, there's you don't have an OFR because if you want to offset to the right, you use negative offsets, but of OFLs. But anyway, let's say I do shoot the back of the curb and I want to offset to the left 6 inches. I would just shoot the back of the curb, and then I would, when I put my point in a CRB, I'd put space OFL 0.5, go half a foot. Okay. So that would be my distance. But if I say offset both, now you have the option of, well, let's say I'm shooting that 4-inch line. Now I could shoot the center point. I could say offset both 2 inches, which means it's going to go 2 to the left, and 2 to the right, and offset the actual point that I'm shooting. If I said offset both and I gave it a 4 inches because I'm recording what the total width of the stripe is, that's another option. So whatever that's doing is I'm down here in the lower left now where it says offset both. If I say double, that means if I said 2 inches, then it's going to go 2 to the left, 2 to the right. That's why it's doubling that. If I say, and so if I say split, then that's going to take that 4 inches that I code in there and split it in 2. Okay.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
that's all what that means is and we typically leave it as double so that it matches the same thinking that you have with an offset left with an OFL.
Mhm.
All right. So that's all that's for. But again, I don't want to get too deep in all of this necessarily. So 2-point circles. If I shoot a 2-point circle, what is it that I'm shooting? I'm shooting edge to edge, or I'm shooting center to edge. Like think of shooting a manhole lid. How would you typically do that? And a lot of times we don't care. We know it's a 2-foot manhole lid. So we just hit the center point and call it the manhole lid and go on and let the software later figure that out. But we could be doing like a circle, a circular driveway or a raised platform for something, who knows, and we give it a circle. And we only shoot 2 points on it. Now, if you shoot 3 points on it, you don't have to worry about that, and that really defines the circle. But if I only get 2, which 2 points did I shoot? I went to the middle, I went to the edge, or I went edge to edge, and the assumption is you go across that circle through the center. Now, the same thing also with the third rectangle point is we could shoot rectangular structures, say a curb inlet. If I shoot just the front edge and then give it a third point in a rectangle code, it's either going to draw it as a closed figure, it goes back to the front, or it's going to keep it as just a simple offset. And so it's a matter of if you have, let's use that example, a curb inlet or an inlet top, and you want to get that concrete pad or whatever it is across the top of that structure, across that the drop inlet or the what am I talking about, the curb box. But anyway, so you can either, like when you shoot you can either shoot 2 points or 3 points. If you shoot 2 points and you call it, let's just call it DI for drop inlet. So I'm going to shoot the first corner out at the street. It's DI. Go up to the end of that, shoot that next same point, call it DI. And then I can put the rod back on the back corner of that concrete and call that DI. And then I give it a code called RECT or whatever I want to use for rectangle. And if I do that, then it knows to create what I've surveyed now as an L shape. it's going to create that as a four-sided figure.
Okay.
I can do it that way, or I can just do the first one DI, the second one DI, and at that point, without shooting the back point, I can just give it a code RECT for rectangle and then give it a distance left or right, so it does it as an offset.
Okay.
So that way I don't have to shoot 3 points, I only shoot 2. And that's when I do this with this rectangle point command. All right. Now append the description auto space. I'm not really sure what that does. I'm not real concerned, but now here's a couple of ones to be familiar with. When you shoot a point, let's say you're shooting the top of a fire hydrant, the top valve of a fire hydrant. So it's going to have an elevation, and that elevation is going to be up there on the top of that valve. And you could also shoot the ground. That's not necessarily bad practice, but you know, you would shoot that as an offset. So if you want the center of that fire hydrant, you're going to shoot dead top center of that valve nut. Okay. Now you can add to these codes. You can then say, you know, FH, it might be your hydrant code. And then you could type NE for no elevation. And what that would do is when it saves that point in the file, it assigns that as 0 elevation to that point, even though it computes one when you take the shot. All right, so that's one option. The other option, and the preferable, and to my thinking, is you make it a non-surface point. So it retains the elevation in the point, but when you go to triangulate and contour, it's got that special flag says non-surface, so it will not be used, even though it does have an elevation. Okay. And you got these others. I'm not sure exactly why you would ever have a point that you only want the elevation only. Again, I wouldn't worry about that. I would get comfortable with this one if you have some non-surface points. For instance, you're shooting the top of a fire hydrant or the top of a fence post or something. Of course, the fence post is going to lean. You know how to gather that stuff. Now, these are the important ones, and
So that's just.
not, let's see, append the field code description. It's the ones we typically use are just this /.
Okay.
And I don't know why they set this up by default as a /. I'm going to suggest we make that a single /, and that's /. I think they did that just to make sure that it's distinct. And so I'm going to do the same thing here. Instead of 4 of those, I'm just going to do 2. And then 2 for this. So /, /, /, and what this does is, let's say you put in a code called tree, and you would go tree space // 24-inch maple, okay, or 2-foot maple, or what, you know, whatever you wanted to call that as a tree. So the tree description in your code library could say, don't put down a description, or put down a description of TREE space dash space, and then whatever comes after that, we're going to append the description that it creates, that the code creates. So tree might say, tree might generate a, or let's say our code were TR. no, that's a bad example because that's more typical for a traverse point. But let's say we call it TR. And we might tell the code to say, okay, when you get a TR point, I want you to draw the point using whatever symbol, put it on whatever layer, and I want you to call that point by description. I want you to make the description TREE. And maybe even TREE space dash space. Okay, so it would do that if that's all I had in my data collector point description was a TR, it would just say tree with a dash. If, however, my point description said TR space / 24-inch maple, then the description would come into my drawing as TREE space dash space, and then add onto it 24-inch maple. Okay, see how that part works? Now, the reverse of that, instead of appending, is you can prefix it. So instead of TREE space dash space, you could say, you know, TR is your code. You say TR space backslant 24-inch maple space. Whether you put the space there or what, I would put the space in the code. But so I would say 24, I would say TR and then a backslant 24-inch space maple. And then when it generates the drawing, it's going to put a point on the layer with the symbol, and it's going to prepend the TREE. I'm not using the dash on the TRE description anymore. It just says tree. But if I specify a name after or something after this slash, it's going to put that down. So it would say 24-inch maple. So that is going to be prepending and appending the descriptions based on these characters that come after these special codes. These special codes, prefixing and affixing, means something slightly different. It means this, let's just look at the append for a minute. And over on the left, we're going to append the following characters to our description. This double means to append the following code. Okay, so if I have, I can't think of a good example is, but if I needed a TR, let's say TR itself didn't have a code, but I had another field code somewhere that spelled out the word tree, then I could say, you know, // TR, and so we go and look up the code TR, find out what its description is, and put that in as an append to the point I'm working on at the moment. So a single backslash or forward, backslash or slash, a single one means take the following characters that I put in at the data collector and add it to the description of the point in the drawing. The doubles mean take whatever I type after that double and look that up as a code and find out what its description is and add that to the one that okay. So it's not used very often. It's these two, and in fact, it's this one more so than anything else that's usually slash. So let's say we're doing utility poles and we have to record the pole numbers, right? Now that's not a bad reason for using GIS coding, but we don't necessarily even have to do that as GIS. We just put UP slash 1963-1367 AWS. And so it will read UP, which we might have said to create a description called utility pole. So it would say utility pole and then read everything after that slash, and that's what it would go into the drawing as its description. So everything else, yeah, a code separator here is going to be a space. That's very typical. we're gonna leave that plus minus asterisk underscore. Those are all the same. They're not substituted. And multi-code, I don't, we're not gonna worry about that for now. That's a sort of a really specialized deal. Same as these rotate azimuth seconds, color, label, third, distance, and size. Now, what I want to encourage you to do, and we don't have time to do it today, but on your own, as you start to pick this stuff up, get into this, and there's a help system. Is
let me bring that up here. It's on
yeah,
the
so
screen.
yeah, it's and you don't need to worry about bringing it over. Okay, there it is. So what is really helpful with this, in particular with that field to finish, this thing, I mean, you can see here how extensive this explanation is for field to finish.
Wow.
So it really defines all of these different examples, and we're not going to have time to go through all that. So I want you to sort of study that as you start to get that under your belt. Okay.
Okay.
Now, there's a really good book that Doug Aberg put together. He worked with Carlson. Aberg, it's Aaberg. He's a surveyor, came out of, I believe, Arkansas or maybe Alabama, but anyway, he's got he's really good with field to finish, and he uses it to set it up with like tree surveys and all kinds of different stuff. And he's gotten some books now. Those are available, I believe, if you go to Carlson's website.
Okay.
They're freely available. But as you start to get into this, we really dive a little deeper. Let me know and I can get you those. But I don't want to overwhelm you with it yet. All right, because there's a couple of nuances you really need to have under your belt first. All right. So just keep those in mind and let me know later on when it's time. All right. So that's our special codes. Now over here, these are the ones we're going to use most often. Are the things that control the line work. And we're either going to begin and end our line coding. Now, some people only use begin and they wait and they go, let's say EP for an edge of pavement. They go EP, then begin. And then they go EP, 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 and you know, and in between there, they might pick up an MH and a tree and a CL and whatever else. And then at some point, they're going to start another edge of pavement that is not the same edge of pavement. And they're going to say EP begin again. So what happens is it sees the first begin code, and that's basically a pen down. And say, put your pen down and start drawing the lines. Okay. And then when you see another begin, that means, oh, I'm going to go back to the previous point and I'm going to pick the pen up and move it to this point and put the pen down. Okay, so that's the way that it works, that you don't on it, but I'm going to recommend fairly strongly that you get into the discipline of putting those begin and end codes on. And now here's something else to keep in mind. When you define that feature code list on the data collector, you have these special codes. You have a subset of this total set of codes. You need to make sure they match. Because a lot of times in the data collector, it might say start and stop, or it might put some people.
I have a ST and EL, but my buddy mine that, yeah.
And that's fine. If that's what you're using right now, let's go right now and change these so that they match here.
Okay.
Okay. So any of these other codes that you might use, when you start a curve, you use PC and PT?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll keep those the same. Now we got these others. A C toggle, at the curve toggle code. I'm not sure what that one does, to be honest with you. That's brand new to me. I would go look it up and figure it out. And there's a near code, which means jump over to the nearest point found by distance. That's more for going back and amending some field work, perhaps. So a near point code. Let's see. Bring that back up and look for. Let's see if they. I don't know, because this is still. I think this is from a long time ago. I doubt that is going. No, they had the new with that curb ramp. That's a great special code, by the way. It builds all of that 3D line work to create this.
Oh, nice.
You put in like one shot and it puts all that in. So study up on that. We're not going to have time to go through that right today. But I want to find that since it was near. There's multiple. Talked about those and PC start PT fit arc, and that's what we use to adjust the PCPT points to make them tangential, and that's a way to individually control specific arcs. Otherwise, to adjust all arcs within a tolerance, usually adjust PCPT setting. That's what we did that very first thing under additional draw options. We set 0.5 instead of 1. So if you to set that 0, then to make your arcs forced into tangency, you would have to put this code A fit, arc fit.
Okay.
The best fit line, you can do the same type of thing.
So
Close, gap, no elevation, yes elevation. See, locates at the point entities. At the elevation.
So those are things that we start.
Part of the 3D polyline for elevating the line without affecting the horizontal.
You don't understand
Oh,
why.
okay. That makes sense with this. So let's say you're shooting the edge of pavement along something and you know it goes up to, but you can't necessarily get to that exact point, but you can shoot a point you know 4 inches away that you deem to have the same elevation. So you're going to give that a code of ZO, meaning, hey, ignore the horizontal for this point, although it does store the horizontal. It doesn't keep it on the point.
Yeah.
You're using it to draw lines between those codes. You would say EP, 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 and then you'd say EP, and then ZO. You're saying, okay, keep it on the same line as the preceding and the following EP points. Keep it on the same alignment, but use the elevation from what I shoot next. Okay, so that's what that particular code for. That's a handy
So
code.
that is, and when you put that in, would it just be, you know, you shoot that last EP and then you go over and just put in CO and then back to EP, or do you have to put EP space ZO? It's just the ZO.
You would put EP space ZO when you are recording the point that you want to treat that way. Okay. And then the next
boy, that is handy.
The next point would just be EP. Okay, because it's now back on alignment. So and again, that point exists and it saves and it lives there in space and in your coordinate file. But when you see the 3D drawn lines, you're going to see a vertex created in that 3D polyline that does not hit the horizontal position of that point, but only the elevation. And it takes its horizontal position from the preceding and the following point.
Okay. I had some of these where, for example, they had piles of dirt on a brake line that I was hitting. So, you know, I could go off of that brake. Okay, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's see. You sort of need that point on it. Yeah. So go beside the little pile of dirt and say, okay, it's now, you know, Is it gonna be millimeter exact as to what that break line might really be under the pile of dirt? No, because you can't get under it. You don't know for sure,
Mhm.
but that gets you to what you can deem to be what it is. All right.
Right, right.
That's a good one. So down here now are your offsets. We talked about that offset left and offset both. And there's also an offset horizontal and an offset vertical, and that's a great way to put in. They give a little example of like building a curb structure down here.
Mm.
So, just shoot one point and yet build the curb based on that. So jog codes are another good one. If you can't finish getting all the, say, corner points of a structure and you can tell it's a jog, by an extra 5 feet, and turn left, go 15 feet, turn left again, go 35 feet, turn right, go 10, left, go 10, come back to the beginning. So you can basically create, as long as you've got enough room in your data collector. And the old ones, there was a practical limit, I think 32 characters, but with these new things, not. So here's this building: jog straight 10.1 feet, right 5 feet, left 12.2 feet. So they're basically drawing the whole building. That's like giving it a power plan, right? So, but now when you do that, for instance, it extends the elevations to those points. It just extends that last known segment of observed points. So whatever slope that's on, that's going to be how that works.
I see.
But if all you're drawing are 2Ds, then it doesn't matter because they're easier. Okay. And there's a line type flip, a width. Here's a parking. This is great. It draws parking stalls using 3 points. So you shoot a point. Well, we got 24, 25, and 26. And you say, I think I got this backwards. Anyway, you do a PP parking 8. So there's a code called parking, or whatever you want to call it, PK or PS for parking spaces, however you want to call it. You shoot a point that defines the orientation of the stripe of one of the one on the end, the length and the rotation of that stripe. And then this code here gives it the number of spaces. And this point gives you where that end point is. So the number of spaces, it doesn't know how far to make these, but when you give it this other point that goes with it, it goes, okay, I'm going to take that distance and divide it by whatever number I put in there. So, I just shoot those end point. I don't have to shoot every stripe. Okay.
So what you're saying by backwards is they should have point number 25 as 24. That would be the first one. And then number 25 is where you add the PP space parking 8 number space or
yeah.
And
so,
okay, I see what you're saying.
But maybe that's not. Let me see. The special code draws parking stall lines using 3 points. Points 1 and 2. So that's 24 and 25. Are used to draw the first parking line and define the length and angle. The third point defines that position of the last parking line. So there, here, go over here is my last one, right? That's fun.
It would make sense if that parking 8 was in 24. Yeah.
24, 20. So you put the code in as the first one. I'm more used to waiting until you get to these other points to put this code in, but yeah, that's exactly right. So
I see. Boy, that's brilliant. Genie cricket.
And then learn this one too. If you do any of this stuff, because otherwise, when you survey this stuff, you've got to either go out here and survey that point and 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 that point.
Yep.
Or when you do this, you have to give codes to tell it to, all right, now I've been elevated by 6 inches. I'm going to now change that offset vertical elevation and keep it to 0. Go over here, and then I'm going to come up to this one and say offset vertical 0.5. So it raises it back up. So there's that really is that was one of the greatest ones that they came up with. But anyway, study up on those here. I still do not see that near. Circle ramp. I still did not see. Oh, there.
Right there it is. Yes.
Uh-oh. The special code sets the current polyline to the nearest found connection. Oh, I see. Normally it's a connection order. And you can also set that in the code description. And that means go to the nearest one you find instead of point order. Okay, so normally we shoot them in point order. So if I do EP, I tip, and even if I get other points in between, manholes, trees, and center lines, and whatever, it's going to start drawing my edge of pavement with the first edge of pavement point that I shoot and go to the next one, based on the order of those points. So the assumption is that I have, walked that feature. Now, if, however, you are more used to just spraying all over the place and randomly picking up stuff, then, you could switch to near coding, where it just finds all the points, sorts them out, and draws lines in the nearest found. So it goes to the next nearest EP point, then the next nearest, and then, so it's sort of, and that can sort of sometimes turn into a bit of a roll of the dice, but because there's an easy way around it. If, let's say, you forget to get a point that you needed to insert in between 2 points, and you're going like point 13 to 14 to 15, if you needed a point, somewhere between 13, maybe you need to put 2 points in there, then just store the points as points 13A and 13B, because 13 and then we'll go to 13A to 13B to 14. Because when it says point number order, it doesn't mean the order that you actually brought it into the drawing. It just means the order of the points, so it doesn't matter when they get put in. In fact, you can do it in the office, if you need to. So, anyway, so that's that. Wanted to look, there was one on a CL for close. So if you're drawing a figure, and just like you're drafting in AutoCAD, drawing a polyline, you get to the last point, you just type CLO and it closes back to the start point. Okay, so that we use a lot. Rectangle we use, and that's to close rectangular. So you can either give it 2 points, then RECT, and then a distance, left or right. And you indicate left distances as a negative. So that will, let's say I shot this point down here in the corner and this point up here in the corner, and then I said rectangle 5. Well, it would look at those 2 points drawn in that direction. So I'm facing northeastward here. And then it would draw that same line again 5 feet over as an offset, and then connect the endpoints. So it makes a rectangle. Wow. If, however, I did this point here, this point here, and this point here, so I shoot 3 corners and say RECT, I don't put a distance because it knows to take that and just basically mirror those 2 edges over here to make a closed figure. Just like there's on the survey menu, there's a 4-sided figure command at the bottom, or Kogo menu, one of the 2, Kogo, I think. At the bottom, it says 4-sided figure. That's basically doing the same thing. Okay. So, and there's that parking code, there's the ramp code, line type, width, and flip. Don't worry about any of those things. JPNs we use a lot, join to point numbers. So join the other point number. Let's say I'm coding a bunch of power lines, and then I want to get a service drop to a house. Well, I've already shot that house corner is number 37. But I'm out here at 115, I'm going to 116, 117, and right here at 117, there's a power drop to point number 37. I just go to 117, which is, maybe I call it OV or OHE for overhead electric. So I've got OHE, OHE, then OHE, JPN 37, JPN 37. So it says at that point, even though I'm drawing other lines and I'm putting things on different symbols, I want you to go and join a line to point number 37. Now you don't have to get your way back, because all it did is just shoot that line out to it. Okay.
Yeah, I use that one quite a bit.
Yeah, okay, so you're familiar with it, and you know you can do it backwards and you can do it after the fact as well.
Okay.
You do 37 to join point number 16, you know, but usually when you put the code in for it to work right the first time, the other point has to already exist. So if I were shooting, you know, instead of 114, 115, let's say I'm shooting 13, 14, 15, then I would say join point number 37. Well, 37 doesn't exist yet. And really, I'm not often able to do that anyway, because I have no idea what the point number is going to be when I get around to the house. Right. So that's gonna already exist before I get there. So anyway, so you know how that part works, and those are codes that we're gonna do. And again, the key is, and this is easy to forget, the special codes are not the same as these codes. These are the little control codes that follow after our codes, their code description themselves. And they have to match, and they don't necessarily, even if I go back and say export these to an FCL file, or this is FLD, so an FCL file, a feature code list file for my data collector, that exporting does not bring this group of special codes, because on the data collector, you don't have all of these. You only have a few, although you can use these, you just won't see it show up, like ramp coding and parking coding. That's not one of the codes that you can use as a special code in Surf CE, and it knows how to do anything with it. But it doesn't have any, there's no problem, because when you come back in the office and you process this through field to finish, it's going to recreate all that stuff based on these special codes. But you also, you want, you know, PC and PT to work here instead of you using PC and PT out in the field. Maybe this one says, you know, +7, -7 to start and stop a curve. Well, you know, you don't want to do that. Now, one of the things too, in terms of curve observations, start the curve, stop the curve. If you don't, just like starting and stopping line work stops when it finds the next start code. Well, arcs do a similar thing, except they don't wait for the next arc, because there may not be one. They will, if you don't have a stop code, then it will stop the curve after the third point. So when you say PC, that's when it starts. And then let's say we're calling this as our code is CRB, maybe for a curb. So we got a CRB, PC. Now we're going to start the curb return, and we're going to CRB as a point on the curve. And then we go to the PT part and we put CRB. And if we don't put the PT code, we just go down the line and put another CRB, then it just assumes from the start that the following 2 points define the curve, and that's where it stops. But excuse me, but there's a lot of good flexibility here, is that you don't even have to shoot a point on the curve itself. And this older friend of mine I was telling you about, that I can't get him to use field to finish, it's like pulling teeth, because he's in the habit of, he doesn't start in, you know, he doesn't do his curve coding like I would do it as a CRB PC, and then any points along the curve itself, I just put CRB, and then when I end it, I put CRB PT. Well, he's in the habit of saying, you know, go to that point, and then if it's on the curve, he's going to put a POC as a code. So he's got CRB, then POC, meaning point on curve. So he can look at his point list. If he prints out his list of points and he knows, oh, okay, that's a point on the curve, point on the curve. I would have to look at my point list and saying, oh, there's a PT, everything in between is on the curve.
It's on the curve, yeah.
Yeah, and so, but for field to finish to work most correctly by using that PCPT coding, don't put anything on the points that are on the curve between those two codes. Just keep it as whatever the code is. It takes care of knowing it's on the curve based on seeing the PC and PT.
So do I need to put, if I, well, let's say that I'm starting a back of curve, and that back of curve is actually the PC. So would I use BOC. So would I do, and I'm starting there, right? So
Yeah.
BOC space, and I use ST and then PC, or
Yep.
would you just do BOC PC?
No, you would do it you could do either one because it would assume the start. But I like to force the discipline of thinking about putting them there. So I would put the ST. And I would also put the PC. It doesn't matter which order you do that in.
Okay.
As long as they're
Okay.
legitimate codes, it will read, just separated by a space.
Okay.
And so that gets you started. Now, what's always great about PCPT coding too is that, well, first of all, you can put more than one point on the curve between those two keys. Okay. And right now, under our additional draw options, we've said we're going to use it by sequential arc fitting, but you can also do Bezier fits, and you can do best fit single arc. So you could say PC and then a PT, 25 points later, and all of the points you shoot in between those 2 points, it's going to do a least squares adjustment fit of an arc through all of those points, holding the PC and the PT. Okay. If you use that best fit option as a single arc, it's not always the best way to do it because you could, say PC and PT, and maybe it's a sort of snaky shaped structure you're observing, that's very, back and forth kind of S-shaped curves. So you just basically go and pick out the points that help define the inflection points, and it takes every third point, or it groups points of 3 to make an arc, and then it takes the next 3, repeats the last one you end up on, then takes the next 2 and adds to itself and makes an arc, and then it takes the next 2 and adds to that last point there and makes an arc. So it will define that switchback. You don't have to do PCPT for 3 and then PCPT for 3. You can just go from the start of where it starts to be sinusoidal and go all the way to the end, and then every point in between, it's going to draw a series of arcs between those points by one of the 3 methods of sequential arcs, Bezier curves, or best fit as a single arc. The Bezier curves is sort of like spline fitting polylines, like a lot of people do their contours. But you can get into some of that. Now, the other aspect that I really like about it is if you have at least one shot before the start of the arc, just sort of the antithesis of what you said earlier about the way you started on the curve. If you have one point before that, so that you are defining the tangent, you could have an EP and then go to the next point, might be the EP PC. If you go straight to the PT without shooting a point in between, if you go EP PT, and then you get another point downstream from there that defines that outgoing tangent as PT, it will fit the tangent arc between those 2 incoming and 2 outgoing points. Okay.
Okay.
So that can be useful, can be quick if things look to be fairly uniform. If they're fairly, I don't want to say flat, let's say an even it might all be on the side of a 45-degree slant, but if everything is sort of linearly changing, you don't have any like high spot or low spot on the curve curb or on the curve feature itself. But you know, they're not all the same elevation, but they change by the same amount from the start and stop, then you don't need to shoot that point in between. Now, the disadvantage to that, Mike, is that when it creates that mathematically tangent curve, the midpoint of that arc is not necessarily where it is out on the ground, because, you know, who out there running a concrete machine knows how to make a tangent curve? You know, we don't. We follow, you know, we pour it into forms, or we follow, you know, stakeout points or whatever. So you just have to ask yourself if you know, what your needs are. If you're trying to define the planimetric features and you want to indicate nice tangent curves, then I would say just get the tangent definitions and let it fit those in there. But if you're doing something very precise that's going to be used for the base of a design effort, then I would get at least one shot along that curve, so you're defining exactly where that structure is. Okay, so sort of like the difference in, if I'm shooting curbs, if I'm out in a brand new parking lot and everything looks to be a good 6-inch curb, you know, height and width, I may just shoot the flow lines and use a template that builds the curbs for me as I go. But if I'm in New York City and I'm trying to document where the trash trucks have crumbled the curb tops and everything, or the street crews have, you know, repaved the streets so many times, I've only got a 1/2 inch of curb top sticking out, then, you know, I need to get the back of curb, the top of curb, the face of curb, or the gutter line or whatever. And then, you know, so I need to shoot all those points, or do I just shoot points and let a template define the rest of it? So that just, and there's no right answer. It's just whatever you need and what you can get away with. So, you know, the key to that is be as efficient as you need to be. Okay. All right. So, oh, that stuff should be good to go for that. I will say, okay, here. And now let's start talking about some of this assignments. I've right now got everything here's unassigned, which is also all. But this 60 nail found is, all right, so that should be what, monuments? So I'm just gonna
yes.
get my move category. I'm gonna put that into monuments. Now AC pad, what would I want that on? Utilities maybe?
Utilities, yes.
Building corner, building line 1, 2, and 3. Those are all, and whether we use them all or not, but we're gonna set those into buildings. Back of curb. Let's put that on roads and pavements, maybe, you know, maybe you make another category called curbs or whatever. You get the idea of what I'm doing here, okay?
Yes.
And so what this means is that, you know, here's a sidewalk. So what I'm doing at this point is I'm doing nothing but categorizing the code. So now all still has all, unassigned or things that hadn't been assigned yet, but I've got nothing in control. 60 penny found, back of curb, parking, sidewalks, vegetation, miscellaneous buildings. So if I know I'm going to work on a bunch of building codes, I don't need to scroll through all of those code lists. All right. So do that when you get a free moment. I'll let you decide on how to, and you can change these names, combine them to, you know, however you want to do it. Okay. So now here's one thing I wanted to show you too, to look at when you go through this, as you're working with this. There's a really cool thing here that you can do, and I want to point this out to you because the people out in Texas do this a lot because you have a lot of long linear features like roads that you're having to get the cross section stuff up. And it's not very efficient to, and that's what I was looking at when I saw that stripe. It reminded me of it when I saw the parking stripes. But it's not very efficient to go out there and keep, let's say, here's the shoulder, here's the edge of pavement, here's the center line, edge of pavement, shoulder. And it could be other things, fence, ditch, striping. It doesn't have to be mirrored the same, but it's really inefficient to have to get all of these, points, shoulder, 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 and go a mile and then come back up the other direction. It's more efficient to go, if you look at your point numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Okay. So, or, 1 through 5, 6 through 10 this way, you'd have to you'd cross the street twice as much. But anyway, this is what we call Zorro style processing. And you can see that right there as a little checkbox. So if you're going to do Zorro, that means you're going to go start here, go to the next, and then when you get to the other side, you're going to go down station and then reverse your order. Okay. And you put that, let's go to code sequence. So I have a code called shoulder, I have a code called EP, and a code called CL, and a code called EP, and a code called SHD, EP, CL. Those are my 3 codes. So I'm going to define this code sequence in a special and another code. And here in what they show you here is I'm going to use RD for every point that I shoot here, 101 through 106, 105, 106 through 110, 111 through 115. And now, so they're showing you this, and they're showing you this drawing. It's slightly off. That checkbox should be checked, okay? Because they are going Zorro style. But all this means is, instead of, even when I shoot this, instead of being on my data collector and having to put SHD, I go up to the next feature, have to stop and change the description to EP, then to CL, then to EP, and then to SHD, and then DTCH, and then to F.
Yeah, it's a pain.
Yeah, I just make one code called RD, and I define all of the sequences of codes that I want here once, Zorro style or not. I hit OK. And then when I'm out in the field, I just go RD, 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 and then go on and pick up something else. Okay. So it then, when you come back in process field to finish, will expand that and start drawing these edges in your drawing for you. Now, the disadvantage here is you don't get to see this in the field. Okay, so it doesn't do point sequencing, code sequencing in the field, unless the new version of Serve PC version 7 does it. I don't know for sure. I imagine at some point it's going to, because you're basically running Carlson out there in the field when you're doing this on those tablets. But anyway, so that's helpful. Now, the thing that's of a disadvantage is that, let's say you've got shoulder, maybe you've got a fence, and you got a ditch, and then you got a shoulder, then an EP, and then center line. So if you're using that RD, and you come across, let's say the ditch peters out and it runs out, there's no more ditch. Okay. So let's say I'm here at this point one, or, so there's more back here. So I'm coming back across the road. I hit this shoulder point. It's expecting me to hit another ditch point and then the fence point over here. Well, if I just go from that shoulder and walk straight to the fence point, it thinks it's ditch. So that will do that. And it'll get out of whack. So you have to make sure that this sequence is a repeatable sequence. And when that sequence breaks down, then stop using that RD code and go back.
Okay. So in this case, if you would stop it at that ditch, pick up that ditch, and then start again back over at the shoulder. I mean, I would make another. If I encountered this out in the field and I say I'm going to have a repeatable pattern here, I'm going to just start
Because in the field, if I don't have that, I can't use code sequencing in the field. And like I said, unless they updated that in the new version. And I would just make a note to myself, or I'm going to use an RD. I'm going to call it road. And and maybe I, jot a note down in my field book. It says, all right, I'm using RD. And that's going to consist of a fence, a ditch, the shoulder break, maybe there's a sidewalk, back of sidewalk, front of sidewalk, back of curb, I define that all the way across. And then say we go out there and the ditch runs out, the fence still goes. And then maybe, 3 feet, 3 segments later, the fence runs out or what have you. But whenever that pattern quits being repeatable, I would stop using that coding. And I would make up a new code and I would just call it RD1, or I wouldn't call it RD1. I would say RD, RDD, then RDE or RDF, something.
Okay.
To indicate, and I would just sketch out a little, whatever I define the code sequence to be, and then just start using that as my new code going forward until that pattern runs out. So then I sit in the office, I pick up those sketches out of my field book and I look at it and says, okay, I need to make a code called RD that consists of fence, ditch, curb, back of sidewalk, front of sidewalk, what have you. And then center line, and then edge of pavement, then ditch, and nothing, whatever, ditch and top bank, whatever it might be. And then when that pattern runs out and I need to come up with a new pattern, I would just start calling it a new name. I would use a new undefined code and then create that code when I come back in the office. Now, the disadvantage to doing all of that is, of course, if you're out in the middle of some random rural area and that stuff's likely to change sort of willy-nilly, you're not saving yourself a whole lot of effort. But this is really, really great if you got really long distances and you don't want to keep track of saying EP1, and when you get across the other side of the road, you have to stop and put in EP2. And you certainly don't want to have to stop and change the description for every single shot as you go along the cross section, especially if you're trying to get across a busy road. So, there's pros and cons. The, where it really makes a lot of sense is if you're in, little like strip mall parking lots and things like that, where you can sort of define, hey, I'm going to run some cross section across this parking lot here, and I'm going to start back here. I'm going to get a point in the field, just a random ground shot, and then I'll come up and get a back of curb, and then back of curb, top of curb, flow line, point, you say, just like a random point in the asphalt, or if you're going to shoot 3 points across there before you get to the other curb, you can just define that whole sequence, but make sure you do 3 points each time you cross the parking lot, so that your expected things are going to line up, are going to correspond with each other. And if you do those things like those random shots in the parking lot and the back shots in the field coming up to those, if those are set to not draw lines, you're not going to draw those random lines that you're going to have to erase later. You're just going to store the point as being those random points. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to get too deep on all of this, but there's a wealth of stuff that you can do here, and really you've got, and I still learn stuff about it all the time. So we're going to take a look now at a couple of things that we're going to look at. Now, this particular thing, I'm going to come back to my my reports here, I've got these, well, no, I'm gonna do that right now. Let me see. Here's my reports. They've moved that where it used to be. There we go. All right, I want to look at my undefines and sort by codes. Let's look at that. All right. So 13 undefined codes. Well, it's not bad. Got more than that many points. Now I could go and change. Now I know that I've got 2 points here. I'm not going to make this code here. I'm going to just change the point. So we'll fix that one. So there's my 427 and 428. We're going to change that to PVMNT. Okay. AT&T. We either need to make a code called AT&T, or we need to change the descriptions for 152, 3, 4, and 5 and 165. We got a point called control. Is that?
Yeah, I just, boy, that doesn't, I mean, I had that in boundary.
Yeah, well,
really shouldn't be, but.
Well, no, I think your control code is said to start drawing points on the boundary layer is what I was seeing from that.
Yes.
But if you have a point, now what do we have? 1 to 2. Are those your control points? Is that where you sit? And
Yes.
Okay, so they should stay as control. We'll change the code to put it on the right layers and such later. But now what about, but see, these are codes that we don't have yet. So we're going to fix it. We got AT&T, we got control, and we've got FFE. Is that what that is? Yeah, finish 4L probably.
Yes.
GTRS and O. And MH, okay. And NG, that's your natural ground. PVC, probably the front runner code for one of the other pipes, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Sign, telped, there's your pedestal. Unknown, that may be something that should have been like a comment. And then you got a util and a WV. Okay, great. So this is going to give us a little something. Now you've got a code table that obviously has more than 13 codes in it, and you can go through and we're going to change some of those, but we need to work on these codes and get them defined as the first step. So let's go to the PVMT. I know right now is a point problem. So I'm going to go over here and choose edit points. And bring that across for me, please. Did that go to the other screen? Oh, there we go. All right. So I now, if I can either find like we'll do a replace. We're going to find, what was it?
Yes.
That, and we're going to replace that with PV. Calling to search description. Range of points. I'm going to worry about it. Match whole string only. No. And just say replace all. Did I do wrong?
PVMT.
Yeah, but it should have, see, it's looking for, what is it? Is it?
VMNT. So it'll be.
I understand that, but is it a left parentheses? Is that where we're looking for?
I believe so. Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah,
this,
that's what I thought it was.
yeah, see, this should have worked because I didn't say match the whole string only.
Oh, yeah.
So that should have
Okay.
worked. All right, well, we know it's points 427 and 28. Let's just come down here and find.
Yeah.
Ah, that's why I
No space.
put a space in it, yeah. So, all right, well, we got 2 points, no big deal. We'll just make that a P. Make that a P. Now that's finished that, and we've got these others that we need to make codes for. Now, while we're here, I'm going to, and this is not going to rearrange anything here at all, but I'm going to sort my points by this description. And because I just want to, this is sort of like running a report grouped by. So I've got this thing called AT&T Access. Now, what is that exactly?
Is a panel on the ground that they can open up. It's between two larger AT&T pedestals, so it's some sort of access that they can get down into the ground.
Okay,
And
like it's a vault.
a
kind of
box.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So an electric box, basically.
Right.
All right, so that's,
It's between two AT&T pedestals, big ones.
yeah, and what do you, when you shoot that feature, are you shooting the corners of
Yes,
the top of the
it's like
box?
yep. And so it's just almost like a concrete pad in the ground, and I'm just shooting 4 corners.
All right, we've got 5 points.
I got 5 there.
155, 153, 153, 4, 5, and let's see,
165. Oh yeah, there was another little small box. So it would have been the 152, 153, 154, 155 together. And then 165 was a little,
okay, so,
yeah.
yeah, okay. So what I would recommend is that AT&T Access, instead of putting that in as your description, because Field to Finish is looking for keywords in your descriptions. You might put that as
util or
yeah, or I'm trying to think of a way to do this that will cover a lot of other bases. We could call it VLT as a vault, might be
okay.
I tell you what, if we do this, if we say we're going to make a code called hold on a second, I'm writing this down and I'm messing up. We're going to make a code called UVLT, or utility vault, or even underground vault. And so what we're going to do now is, and I'm going to go back and now sort these back in point order. Now we're back there. We're going to come down here and find that 152. And not too far. All right, so starting right here is our AT&T Access, and then that last one down here. So we're going to make a code called vault. So I'm going to show you what I would do with these. If I normally shoot the corners of a vault, I would say, I would give the code, VLT, start, which was, what do you use?
ST.
ST. And then I'm going to put that slash, which means everything after the slash is going to be what goes into the description. Okay.
Okay.
And when I code up, when I make a new code called VLT, I'm not going to have it create a description. So it's just going to go like that. And you could, then at that point, you would want to do the same type of thing. You would say just VLT slash, because let's say, you know, what if the next one is not AT&T, but it's, you know, Houston Lighting and Power, or whatever the, you know, whatever the stuff was. So now that's gonna be a VLT, and that was EL.
EL, yes.
So that's gonna end that line, and then down here, I'm gonna again just call that a VLT and a slash. All right, so that would be how I would code it, but you can see you can code, you can sort of after the fact make this coding work for us in here. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so now we got two of those checked off. We're looking for control. And let's go back to, all right, so we've got, so you use close, start, inline, those are good. SMO, let's see, backup car, you doing smoothing?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine to do that, but I wanna suggest we not do that because
Okay.
that tweaks the line where it's not where you necessarily observe.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
It's handy though, if you're doing like a stream center line or a creek bank or something, it's not that.
Mhm.
For backs of curbs, I would recommend against that, but anyway, we'll come
Okay.
back to that. But I'm right now looking for control and we have it right. If I can get to it right here, points 1, 2. Now control, and you could spell it out or put CTRL or whatever you want to call it, or this is just designating that it's a control point. Okay, and that's fine. Maybe we just call it that. So, but now if you, do we want? Yeah, you could, no, I would just say control. We're going to make a code called control. And we'll maybe give it a symbol like a traverse station. We'll put it on a layer called control. Or I would say trav, but we don't always do things with traversing anymore. Sometimes it's cheaper. So we'll just put that there and we'll put on a layer called control. And it's going to be a control. So there's nothing to change there at all. Now, what you would do, let's say if point number 1 was say an NGS monument that you recovered and it has a designation and a name designation, then you might take a point notes, or you might put a slash and then put your description in there that might give it a point name. But it's still, the main description is control. That's going to govern what it looks like and where it goes. Okay, so that part's okay. Now, the next one we've got is a fee, is an FFE for finished floor elevation. Now, so that one, so all those others are defined. So there's our fences, and they're good. Edge of pavement's good. All right, so FFE, so there's their finished floor elevation. So they're basically random points. So we just really need to put them on the building layer. Now, here's a perfect example of being able to use that elevation only.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it could be that we are going to draw the building outline based on the point elevation. And then let's say, because this buddy of mine I was telling you about, the non-field to finish guy, he'll shoot finished floor shots, and sometimes he can get into the finished floor and sometimes he can't. Sometimes he's out on a porch, or he's out on a concrete stoop, and he can't get through a locked door or something, but he knows it's at floor level, so he'll just shoot it out there. So that's another possibility to help us there. Now here's the thing. For these, and we use that elevation only coding, it's generally used when you're creating the 3D line work, to insert a vertex in that 3D line work. So let's say you shoot the corners around the building, they're not going to all be at the same elevation, but the assumption is that your building outline, your building pad, is at that finished floor and it's all flat, it's level. So that would be a 2D polyline, but we would give it that elevation. The 3D lines, though, that are the actual points observed on the ground, those are going to be the actual break lines that is going to be used for that. Now, there's going to be, let me see, how do I think about this? On this particular job, when you shot your building corners, did you create, or did you shoot an FFE for every building?
No, it was just a large building. So hey, hold on 1 sec, Ken. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Be here 1 second.
This went down, went over the easement job. Rex Caulfield, Carlson, go.
Okay.
Everything going good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, I should be back before you leave.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna leave by 2. All right, man. All righty.
Okay, you back. So,
Back at it.
yeah. So, so if you did not shoot an FFE, I was thinking about an approach to this because what I typically do is I try to get the building corners itself because that defines the ground that comes up to the building, regardless of what the finished floor is in that. So I think I'll keep building corners as long as they're observed on the ground. I will keep them as my 3D. The finished floor, I'm just going to put in there as basically a point with a label. And
Okay, I got you. And you know what I did on this job is the building pad was actually elevated, and I got the building corner up there, and then I dropped down to the pavement and got that ground shot right next to it.
Okay. And that's fine as long as, and we'll see it when we go to build the surface, whether those lines cross or not. So that's what you gotta be a little careful. So, yeah, I think that'll be our best approach there. So that's our finished floor. Now our GTR SMO, I'm guessing was maybe, it should have been a gutter smooth. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's actually, that one is correct. This one,
That one's not.
the one, so I'm gonna put that in there. So you can see right now, field to finish, just this report has already shown us a coding error, and it's a simple thing of not putting a space in. Okay, so that'll take care of that. Manholes, all right, so we just need to create one. All right, no problem. NG, natural ground, no problem. Now the PVC, now there's your overhead wire, join to point number. There you go. Good job on that. Overhead wire 3, start and stop. So that's 13 to 14, start and stop. 76 to 77. That would, now that's going to draw a line between 276 to 277, but also draw a line over to 275.
275.
Yeah, to 270. I'm sorry, to 275 from each of those 2 points. So it's gonna have a line between the points, and then each one of them is going to go over and connect to another.
And I ended up deleting that line. I see what you're saying there, and I had extra line work, so I just deleted that line.
Yeah. So this point 276 and 277. Do they are those power poles, I guess, or?
You know what that was? That was on the south end of my drawing. The power poles were outside of the area that I really needed to get. So is that the one that I did? Oh, shit, I can't remember now.
I don't know what you use equipment wise. Like my buddy uses a reflectorless. And he can get those remote points without actually observing them, and especially down on the ground. And sometimes he gives me building corners that are not on the ground because of that.
Mhm, mhm.
But so if all you're doing was basically shooting where the point joins to that 275, then I would, you could draw those in there. And the line that gets drawn between OHW, assuming that OHW is a code that creates a line, and I would say it normally would, you can just erase that line between 76 and 77.
Yes.
Leave the 275
5.
unless this is supposed to be instead of a triangle, which is what this is formed, it's an L shape.
Yes, that's it. And now it's coming back to me now. So I had 2 overhead wires that I was joining to the same point, and then you're right, it did draw a line between 276, 277 too.
All right, so I'm starting at 275, 76, 77. So 275 is a UP. And so does it go from 75 to 76 to 77?
It goes from 275 to 276, and then a separate line from 275 to 277. So making that L.
Okay, I got you. So but 276 and 277 are what? Are physically on the ground? Are they poles?
No, it's just and you know what? That's a good. So I'm underneath. I just get underneath the overhead wire and shoot it at the extent of my boundary or wherever I need to.
Okay. Where it crosses there. Okay, good.
Yes.
So, all right. So now we're getting somewhere now. So 275 is a viable point. It is a utility pole.
Yes.
And OHW, now, do you ever use the OHW code to mean where you actually observe a pole? Or is that always where you just get a crossing?
Always. And that would be what horizontal only.
Yeah, or horizontally, so we're not using the elevation. Although you are getting a shot on the ground, so you might as well use the
I'll use it, yeah.
So, but what it is, we want to make sure our OHW so OHW does not draw line work. So let's say if I've got a series of overhead power lines, maybe it's called UP, as my utility pole. So I shoot a UP, and I'm having to draw the line between each of those poles. And then I'm going to get to where I just run off the property, and I would shoot that last one. In that particular case, if I was chasing something and that one feature ran out, I would just keep that as a UP, and that'd be the last one that it collects. But in the case of this, you've got two places, 76 and 77, where you start at 75 and it's got two wires coming into 75. You chase one of them and it goes off site at 276. You go back to 275 and you chase it off site to 277, where it crosses off site. Right, so 275 has two wires coming into it. Correct?
Yes.
And possibly even some others. So all right, so 275 is UP. Yeah, because I don't want to draw a line between 76 and 77. So this is exactly where this is exactly the way to do this. You would shoot where it crosses and tell it to join to 275. And you might need to you might need to, well, we could look at the OHW, we'll put it on a utility layer to control the line work. All right, so I think that'll fix that. Now we've got what is this EM not connected?
Electric meter, so just a dead electric meter.
So an EM will be our code. Now, what should we do here?
Okay, wait, let me think. Oh, no, I'm lost on this
All right.
one.
That's all right. No, that's fine. Remember our slash where we say just append? Because otherwise it's trying to make that into a code that it's trying to read. Same thing with this unknown util.
Uh-huh.
So if we say util and we have it draw a point, and we can have it say UTIL as the drawing description if we want it, but that means everything that we call UTIL is going to be spelled out UTIL, whatever. But if we did what this would normally do, we could do it, there's our code. So that's going to tell it what layer, and then we would prepend, or we would prefix instead of forward slash to subpend or to append or to suffix.
Okay.
So this would read then unknown, and then whatever we said our code table UTIL spells out, maybe we have it spelled out utility. You know, because you could put utility backslash unknown, so it would then write out unknown utility. Or you could put, you know, UNK or UNKN or however you want to do it. But or maybe you just say, you know, unknown, and maybe you have utility as a code, doesn't actually write a description. And then you could have used the forward slash if we wanted as well. But anyway, this should work for us now. All right, so these are all good. I'm going to go back to these descriptions here. All right, so now I've got ECs, EM. So we fix that EM. There's an EP, EP1. These are all working for us. We've got an FH. Did we? No. You have an FH code, I think, already, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you shoot your fire hydrant, what are you actually shooting? The top?
Well,
nut?
this time, no, this time I blazed out and I shot right next to it on the ground.
All right. Now, do you normally use offsets, or do you just get it right beside it because that's good enough?
I just got it right beside it because it was good enough.
Okay, that's fine. But field to finish and anything else, you can create the point. You basically turn the angle to line up with the point, and then you record the distance to the point that's beside it so that it computes the vertical difference.
Okay.
Just it's like an offset shot, like when you're shooting it, you can't get around a tree, but you've got a or you can't occupy the center of a tree, you know, so you can tell how far off you are when you shoot the point. You read the angle to the tree, you read the distance to the offset. All right. So there's FNCs, those are fences, those are all good. Gutter, probably. What's EL? Inline.
Inline.
Yeah. And is that a gutter? Is that what that is?
Yes. Flow line of curb.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to change any of these codes that you're comfortable with already, unless we absolutely have to. You know, like FH, if you use that FH for a fire hydrant, I'm not going to change your code to read HYD. Okay.
Okay.
So now here's this OHW3 start and end. Now that OHW is That's assuming OHW now would draw lines.
I believe I have it set up in my one of the field code lists to draw a 2D line, and that was where
Well, yeah, that would be,
overhead.
that would be, but if we use OHW to draw a 2D line, I remember that join to point number 275 that you see right above it there.
Mhm.
That's gonna also join a line between those OHWs. That's what I'm
It
thinking
did.
of.
Yeah.
So what you're shooting, OHW3 start and stop. Is that a line that just comes on and then exits the site, but you're not actually shooting the photo itself?
Correct. There's no power poles. They were way off, so I just got underneath that on either end.
Yep. Okay, so that's perfectly fine, and that's the right way to doing that. So I think to be able to handle that JPN 275. And still let OHW work is where those aerials cross your area of interest. I think what we're gonna do is just, we're gonna tell OHW to draw a line. And then we're just going to erase that one between those that does the 275 joint. I think that's really the only thing we can really do there. All right, so now PVC CO. Clean out, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would say our code needs to be clean out.
Oh, yeah. All right. That makes
Sorry about that. It's my brother. So, all right, so our code needs to be CO. So we're gonna actually change that, and then we're gonna do what, remember?
we're going to is it backslash?
Could be. And it could be forward. Remember what they do. The backslash prepends puts it first. And the forward slash puts it
After.
Okay. So right now, if I wanted it to say on my drawing PVC CO, I would do it like this, clean out. It is a clean out. That's what it is. That's what my first thing has to be. And
Yeah.
then if I want the material, I can either put, if I put slash PVC, it would say in the drawing CO PVC. But if I wanted to say PVC CO, then I would put it to come before.
Okay.
And I think what I have to do is that PVC needs a space on it anytime I've got that, so that it doesn't get say PVC CO. It's PVC space CO, I think would be what I need. And there was another, do you remember the other one we prepended?
Gosh, let's see.
I'll see it here. Let me just scroll through it. It was a vault, I think.
Yes, the AT&T Access to Vault.
Let's see, so not connected, that's a electric meter. Now, I'm gonna say our electric meter is gonna use a symbol and not a description, so even still, it's gonna draw the symbol and then it's going to follow with this. So say EM, you'll see the symbol. All right, so that part's good. All right, so there's a PVC. What's SCF?
Survey cap found.
Survey cap, okay.
And I'm going to be going back and again, changing all that, where all that goes into a boundary BNDY, and then in my notes, make that differentiation.
All right, well, that's fine. Now, what about the black land and powers 5593? Is that just notes or is
That's
stamp
the
on
actual,
cap?
yeah, the stamp on the cap.
All right, so I would say I would make that as a I'm putting a space and putting that in there. So again, in my drawing, it's gonna say survey cap found or SCF if you use that in the legend. There's that type of thing, all right? SS manhole, that's
Sanitary sewer.
storm sanitary, okay. So it would be a manhole. Let's see, it's gonna be a manhole.
//
Well, I'm not necessarily wanting to label it. But I can do a code. If I did SSMH, you say that's sanitary, and then you could have, what do you use for storm, ST or D?
Yes.
Right, so ST.
Yes, ST.
All right, so ST. So there's two ways of handling this. You could have the code be MH, a manhole, that's gonna draw a manhole. Or you could use different codes. Manhole is a SS differentiated from a drainage, from an electrical, from a telephone. But you would need to code them differently. Or you can
Okay.
make everything always be a manhole, just an MH, and it's going to be a symbol, a single symbol shared by that code, regardless of what it is. And then you could, but you'd have to then do this by description to write those out. So I'm going to suggest that you do it like this.
Okay.
That we at least we're going to say MH, and then we'll say SS. Notice I'm not putting any space there. I'm not putting a slash. I'm not doing that because I'm not really putting that in the description, but I'm going to read this as a code. So I'm going to now have a code called MHSS and another code called MHST, and let's call MHEL and MHTE. Any other kind of manholes? Do you use water manholes down there?
I haven't seen any lately.
All right. Let's stick
This
with
round of
those four.
surveying.
We're going to make 4 codes that are going to be manholes, but it's going to be dependent on whether it's sanitary sewer, storm sewer, electric, or telephone. And we're also going to make just an MH by itself as a generic. All right. Okay, toe, that's toe slope, I would imagine. Utility pole versus util.
Utility, oh gosh. I think I had that EP utility. What did I use that for? Now I can't remember.
Well, we can see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm going to, we'll start it out because we can, we can always fix this. After the fact, once we do it, we're going to use it to help us out. Now we got WMs and WVs, water mains, water valves. Okay, we are good to go. So now I'm going to save the file that I've been editing here. So save that. And I'm going to close that out. So we've changed a couple of things in the coordinate file. Now we haven't changed your data collector yet. And any of that. So if you bring this point file back in and try to run this again, you're going to have to go back and make these edits again or save this file that we've already done. Let's look at the codes. I'm going to start over here in there all. You see how this control bit works. I'll let you work on that on your own. Now we had what do we have? The AT&T, we fixed with, what do we call it, U-Vault? Just Vault, VLT, okay. So. Why did I write down U-Vault? All right, so back to this, we're going to add a vault code. So we're going to come down here in our middle section, we're going to say add. And we'll go through these pretty quickly. We're going to put this in a category for utilities. And the code we're going to use is VLT. And remember that Zorro coding I was talking about, code sequence? This would be if I were to call that, say, RD, and then I would come over here and I just put, and there's your Zorro style. And you list them and you get up to 12 that you can define as a sequence. Okay, so that's where that goes.
Okay.
Now, this full name is going to be nothing more than just a label for you to see. So when you look at this list, see that full name? BRW it's a re-raining wall. Okay.
A re-raining wall.
You can get it. So, but now that's not the description that goes in the drawing. That's just the name. It's just a label. Okay. So you can do it as you want. Now the description here, remember, we've got vault. You might want it to print, say, UV for utility vault, or it might be VAULT, or in our case, we're not going to print any. We're going to use, no, we'll use, let's see, we'll use that because we're saying AT&T access. What did I say to do? Vault. All right, so electric box.
Hey.
So let's call that one, the problem is vaults can be more than just a lot. I'm gonna say, let's go ahead and use VLT. Now I could have said use raw description and turned it back here for that to use the raw description is the code. Let's leave this as VLT. I may have to decide to prepend instead of append. I forgot what I said for those points. We'll go back and look at that in a minute. Now, it's going to be a points only, was it? We had
one of the vaults.
We did start and stop. That's right. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, now you typically don't need to draw 3D polylines for that. You can, if they need to serve as break lines. If there's ever any points in between, within the perimeter that you're shooting.
That changed drastically.
Yeah, or that that you don't want to connect to other points that are outside, so that you're guaranteeing that your contours are going to, or your triangles are going to go up to the edges of those lines. So
I see.
You could do that. In fact, let's do that. I'm going to do 3D and 2D. Now, here's what I like about this. Here's your choices. You've got lines, 2D polylines, 3D and 2D polylines, or 3D polylines. Now, lines are going to use, again, I never use lines ever, because, like I said, Carlson functions much better with polylines, be they 2 or 3. I've never seen a command from Carlson that requires the use of a line. In fact, I've gotten so used to it over the years that I don't draw lines anymore anywhere ever. They're always polylines. Even just a 2-point line segment is it's a polyline. There's no need to make it a line. You have the choice. All right, so, but anyway, let's make this a combination 3D and 2D. And the reason why I'm doing this combination, the reason why I want the 2D to also be represented instead of only represented is that I want, first of all, to use it as brake line, as a brake line feature, it has to be 3D. It can either be just 3D or it can be 3D combined with 2D. And I almost always combine these when I'm using 3D because AutoCAD, and by affiliation IntelliCAD, can't use line styles on 3D line work. They just hadn't figured out how to do it after all these years. Bentley's done it for decades. So to be able to compute, or to be able to show a patterned line, a line style that maybe uses, EV for electric volt as part of the line style, or maybe just a simple dashed line. Anything other than a non-continuous line, it has to be a 2D polyline or line, if you will. But anytime it goes to a non-planar feature, then excuse me, then it will quit using the line style that you assigned to it. So another thing that I like to do with excuse me, with curbs and curve returns on pavement edges and such, when I start the curve, start the PC, go to the PT and going through a curve, I want to create that as both 2D and 3D because I need the brake line functionality. That's the 3D. But even if I didn't need to draw with the line work in 2D, but I want to preserve that arc feature that I observed, I want to preserve that as being an arc so that if I needed to dimension, what's the radius of this arc, I can just, click it and it will label the radius as 5 feet, 15 feet, whatever it happens to be. Whereas anytime you turn those features into 3D features, they're no longer arcs. They're just a whole bunch of little line segments. Okay. So that's why I almost always double these up. And it's rare occasions. Now, one thing that I do use 2D only, for instance, might be property lines. So if I know I'm finding corners and I know they're corners in the in the field, then I would just say, all right, that's a property corner, and I'm going to go on this particular layer, and I'm going to draw the line or draw a property line symbol. But I want it to be 2D because that property line is no way a brake line. Now, it might physically be, but in which case you need to draw, or you would need to connect all of the little up and down points along the way, as well as the two endpoints. All right. So let's finish up this real quick. So I'm going to make, and there's that distinct point layer. Remember that suffixing. So if I put it on the main layer, now this is my vault. So let's change this layer here. Go to BP. And let's call this, let's just call it util for now. And you set the color, we'll leave everything as by layer. I'm going to say distinct point layers. And I'll call that util points. And a dual 3D polyline layer. Now this is pretty important here. I'm going to put this on a thing called 3D BRKLN. So 3D brake lines. So all of the 2D line work is going to go on this layer here. And I'll put this on and off individually. But all of my 3D line work, I'm going to put on this layer called 3D brake lines, because when I go to draw my final mapping, I don't want to draw these, even though they look okay in plan view. I want to get to those 2D lines that I've drawn and use their line styles. Okay, so that's why I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna freeze that layer when it comes time to make a finished plot of that mapping. Now, if you're not doing any of that, if you're not preparing finished drawings, all you're doing is modeling, then that doesn't really matter. But you might as well have it here, you got it available. I'm gonna keep these defaults here the same. I'm gonna switch this to a point default of 2 just for yucks. My attribute size scalar, I'm gonna make those down to, let's just make them 0.06 just to get some size reduction. And you can then create point groups based on this code. Now, we're gonna let it automatically do it based on the code, but we could say those and put them in a different group and all that. I'm not gonna deal with all that today. Elevation integers, how many decimal places, elevation prefix, suffix, located on a real Z. And here's an example of that a non-surface where you were talking about a horizontal only. You can also make these codes to say they're non-surface just by this code itself. But that special code that we use with NOS, like shooting the top of a fire hydrant, that would be a code that you have to add to the FH to tell it, in this particular instance, for this particular one shot, make it non-surface.
So it'll be FH space NOS.
Correct. But if
Okay.
all of your fire hydrant shots you want to be non-surface, you would go to the code and you would make it non-surface down here, right.
Okay.
So now we have this. This is our utility vault. We're gonna go to symbol, and you can either turn that on and off, or not use it if you want. I would say let's just, well, no, I don't use it because you can freeze those layers easily enough. Yeah, we'll leave it. We'll come back to it if we need to fix it. Symbol 0.1. Now on line type, right now it's just going to be whatever that layer is that we call util, whatever layer, whatever that says it's going to be that. I'm going to set though that instead of being that, let's use just a -2, which is dot dash -2 right there. And you'll see that when it comes up. You can flip it, smooth it, hard break line, label lines and arc, label areas, offset, label 3D, offset elevations, close for us. Connection order is sequential. There's that near join, nearest found versus sequential. It's an open tie. If you say open versus closed, if you say that that's closed, if every time you shoot a vault point, it's going to be a closed figure, then that would be essentially like doing an end line code, and it just forces it to close. But we're gonna leave it here because we'll do it separately. And then you can set up your line work descriptions, create as GIS attributes, all that. So like I said, there's a ton of stuff here that we're not going to touch yet. And there's a template. We'll come back to those a little bit later, but I'm good to go with my vault. So there's my AT&T vault. We made that code, and I'll come back to this. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. Insert new, what? Not sure I followed that. All right, so that's good. We'll say, okay, I must have accidentally hit something. All right, so now there's my vault. Let's go up here and see what we have. You have one called control. We don't have control, do we? We need to add control. And this is gonna be control monuments. And description might just be CTRL, and we're gonna put this on a layer called control. I guess is fine. And it's not, we're not gonna use it for any kind of line work. You could, like, if you did traverse lines, you could draw the traversing. So we're not gonna use the line work, so it's gonna be points only. And if your control points are almost always on the ground, you could still use those for part of the surface modeling, or you could say, don't use them for surface modeling. They're just control points as part of this code, because sometimes those points are not even on your site. They're off, right? So let's just leave that as non-surface all the time. And if we ever need to go back and change it after the fact, we can edit those individual points. Okay, so that'll work for that. We'll go to the symbol. Sorry. And I'm going to use this. 0.1, it's good. Line type doesn't matter because it's not drawing lines. All right, so there's my control. Now I've got FFE I need to add. And that's going to be on buildings, and that's our finished floor elevation, and we might just say description is FFE. FFE. There's no way for me to, well, there is, I could go down here and switch all this around to build the elevation from the point into the description. But for right now, we're just going to leave that for there. And it's buildings distinct points. We talked about this as well, if we're going to use that or elevation only, we have to put that in as the the coding. So we were going to leave that alone though, as just the FFE points. If you say FFE and shoot the point, okay, so then that's just going to label a point randomly, and it will place it in the drawing there. Okay, so I think that'll work. For now, let's set our symbol, and we'll use the old on the net. And now we had the MH series. So I'm going to, so there's the AC and the vault. So let's go to add, and we're going to add an MH. And that's
much better.
MH.
So I'm sorry that meeting, I was like, they had.
And the description might say,
Still want to run. It's just.
And we said util for most of those. We're not going to draw lines between them necessarily, because unless we're popping lids and getting inverts. There's no need for that. Well, yeah, we'll. we'll leave the points showing as a separate, okay, so there's that, points only. Looking at real Z, non-surface, yes or no, if we shoot them, if they're flush. If they're not, you can change it individually. For now, we're gonna use them, symbol. And now we're gonna go to our inlets and manholes, and we'll choose corners, or we'll just say this image. Okay, sorry. Gotta get back to that. All right, so now it's code MH. It's gonna go on my main layer, manhole. Yeah, now see, if you didn't want it to show, if all you wanted to show is MH, maybe that's error. I'm gonna
It's good. News, I'm gonna also ask you.
generic or unknown manhole. All right, so that's going to be a little bit more than I was talking about. If I look at utilities, I see MH is a generic or unknown manhole, but it has no description in the drawing. So that would be there. All right, so now we're going to copy that.
So.
And we're going to call this one the MHSS. And that was our sanitary sewer manhole, and we might put in there as a description than MH. And we'll change that symbol to be that one. And also you would probably, right now they're going to plot to be 1/10 of an inch tall. There's a way that you can you can use this unit symbol, but then you have to tell it how big it is. So let's make those this point in the field. We don't want to do that. So yeah, let's just leave it at that for now. All right. We're going to copy that one now. This time, instead of the SS, we're going to make an MHST, and that's going to be a storm. What is that, steam or stream or storm? It's storm.
Yeah.
Let's make it unambiguous. So it's going to go here, 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 and here, there, points only. Go to our symbols, and now instead of S for sanitary, there should be one with a D in it somewhere, unless I may be thinking about another software product. Oh, there's sanitary sewer, storm water.
Stormwater.
Who knows? Well, I would like to, I must be thinking about another one, another package. There's a gas. Now those are like meters. I need a gas meter, that kind of stuff. All right, well. I guess for lack of anything else, I just use stormwater. All right. And let's see, we'll copy that one again, and we'll make the electric, so MHEL. That's an electric. manhole symbol is SE and E. Maybe, ooh, yeah, that's what we might do for that other one. Let me go back and fix this. Let's see. That was storm. Probably. Let's see. With the national CAD standards, I think are what we need. All right, so we got boring, CATV, communications, there's control. That's the one I was looking for a minute ago. There we go. We'll go back to that. So it's control, natural gas, plant, power. And we're doing electric manhole right now. There's what we use for that. Let's go back to control. Okay. So utilities, we've done our, we have 4 man, I'll get one more of the telephone. Okay, so I'm gonna take this one and copy it. MHTE. Telecom manhole. No, I meant to do it here. I'm going to do anything with that one except change our to B. Locations, we've got T's right there. So sanitary sewer. So it's going to say SAN man, it's SAN MH. That's okay. I'll say that. And let's get this to be, these are proper to what that is for. Like, okay. So here's our sanitary sewer. That's just manhole off of the symbol. I don't really, it doesn't tell us what kind it is, but there's our clean out. Now here's something to point out. If you get into tracking these GIS assets, you can actually have it go as part of that point with the name, top elevation, invert elevation, invert in, invert out. So you can have all that stuff track, or you can even put this in play when you shoot this elevation. Let's say you don't actually record the data when you're out there in the field shooting it, you just get in a position, but you want these little placeholders to come in as part of that symbol that you can then, if you find that information out later, you can add to this. Make it,
Okay.
Follow the logic there?
Yes.
Okay. So now we are back to, I think this is one we said, yeah, sanitary sewer. Okay. So manual sanitary. Storm, let's see what I've done here is this should say storm, manhole, and storm. Yeah, for drop inlet, I guess. Same thing, rim elevation inverts in and out. Now, I don't know that you've even got one in here. Did we have one in your point? Do you recall?
Having a
I was gonna let's use that one just so you can see what it looks like, and we can edit it later if we want to.
Okay.
I want you to see the functionality of it. All right, so now the electric and telecom we've already set. Let me make sure the descriptions are off. See, that still has that storm manhole. That's what I was noticing here. So sand and storm are the only two that label. The telecom is now also there. So that's good. I'm gonna hit save it. Save my points so far. All right, so now I've done my manholes. NG. NG. Oh, I think I've got it. No? Oh, I'm sorry. We're adding codes that we don't have. I was looking for it. All right, so NG. And that is going to be miscellaneous points. Full name is natural ground shot. We're not gonna put a description like spot or anything like that, but we might put it on the layer called spot elevations, elevation points, point only, topo, all that's good. We'll go to the symbol and we're going to choose that points fine, I think, except I think I want to use the plus. Oops. Ones. And I'll show you why when we get to this. Because see, every time I'm doing that, it brings this up. And I don't think that's supposed to be happening. All right. So NG natural ground shot, if I look at the attribute layout ID, I'm gonna make that 3 so that when it kicks, yeah, that's what I want. All right. And I should have gone back and set those others to 2, but I'm not gonna worry about that for the moment. So there's our natural G or NG. Is there natural gas? PVC we don't need, we fixed that. That was for a clean out. We have sign, SIGN. And that would be on. Yeah, maybe site amenities or something, then you can give it a different one, so. Sign. Generic, no need for description necessarily. And you would have the sign and then. You would put a slash code to have it label the drawing. Go to our symbols now. And change that point to be. To site. So let's make this. Right, Telpad. We're gonna put it in utilities. Over there, and this is called a telecom pedestal. I'll fix the other in just a second. Telped. All right. I don't know what we need. What these points might have, some might say risers or pedestals, and they don't. All right, so it's going to be a T, something like that, maybe. Or do you shoot corners for these, or is this just a point, a telephone pedestal?
It's just a point. I was like hydrant, I did off to a side. So if I had to have it exact, I could do the offset.
Yeah, no, that's what I just wonder, because we don't need to draw like the vault, like the AT&T access, that's where you shoot the edges. This is just a single point, so I just wanted to make sure I'm not drawing lines, I'm just doing this part, okay. All right, unknown, we took care of. Util, we need to create one called util, and that's where we had the AT&T. Or did we do this one already? No, that was the vault. So the util was. So utilities. Forgot. I had a scheme in mind when I wrote my notes down, and let's just call it utility generic. Yeah. And then a water valve. I'm gonna add AWV on utilities, water valve. We don't need a description because their symbol will take care of that. We're gonna go to probably in util. Oh, no, sorry, there's water. How do you typically show yours?
And that usually does a box with a WB in it, but we can certainly use any,
Well, yeah, you would have to create that as a block and something. Let's. if
Yeah,
we
let's
do-
use that for now.
That
That's
shows
perfect.
like a gate valve is the intent.
Right.
Uh. There are some other ones too, like perhaps. You might actually see something like that here. Well, there's more of a larger one, but I don't think. Anyway, the point of all of this is not to show you all the cool little symbols that, you know, you can spend some time editing that to whatever you might need.
Right.
There's a WG, there's a WM for like a
UWM.
So, you know, like I said, there's all kinds of stuff available, and you can even draw your own and assign them to the library later if you want.
Okay.
We'll keep that as WV there. And then we've got the CO. We need to either do a CO or find the CO. There is no. Element OP. There's a coral, so there's no CO. And we're gonna call that a CO. And it's gonna go in utilities. And this is gonna be a clean out. We don't need a description because the point will handle it. Utility. That what we've been using are utilities. Well,
Cheese, I think.
let's see. So. There's something that it's getting a straight click down there from something. I don't know what. All right. So let's look at vault went on main layer util.
You chill.
Yeah, so then will we put these on as well? Util. So clean out's gonna go on util. All right. So you get the idea. Now, I think that's all of the ones that we don't have. Codes for, we'll see, sort by code, undefined. 0 undefined codes. So now we're defined for everything. But there's going to be some behavior on certain things that we want to fix. I go back to our buildings, for instance. What is your main? Well, here's building corner. Now, if we use a building corner, we're going to go on building. There's no need really for it. Well, yeah, we can put that in there. Description. Or even, I would say BLDG, because we could freeze that later. We don't need to worry about fixing that. But I'm going to make this to be 3D and 2D. And that was 3D BRKLN. And since I haven't run it yet, I don't know if I've if I remember the correct one, what did we have? Parking sidewalks. One that we've done already. Maybe it was this one. Uh, let's see here. If I want to look at layer, I sort by layer. Should have seen. What about access? What's the difference between that and the WV?
You know what? I don't know. This is such a big field code list. It made him
Yeah,
put in with my
Okay,
buddy.
and that's fine. And up there, I see there's we were starting to use that unknown utility because the
Mhm.
description said UNKNOWN, UTIL. Right there, I see there's already an unknown utility. So that really should have been changed to simply UU.
Okay.
But we'll see what we got. So now, what I'm looking for was let's see, there's a layer, all of these other ones on a layer called utilities. So I'm going to select these and change them all to be utilities.
That's right. No.
So when you select more than one and choose edit, you can change things that are common
Mhm.
about them. So now I'm looking for the main layer right here. And instead of util, it's going to be ITIES. And since I've already set the separate layers, create separate layers for points. All right. Point layers is suffix the main layer. Okay. All right, so there's utility tower, utility pole 54321 with a Roman numeral. All right, so there's a lot of cleanup that we can do here.
Yes.
Oh, sign and telepage. You see, I didn't switch these.
Mhm.
I just copied the other ones, and that was what was going on with that. I forgot to change the layer name, so I'm going to edit that sign. And instead of putting it on layer spot elevation, site. Well, let's do it the way we would normally do it. V dash. Topo dash site dash signs.
What does the V represent?
Survey, believe it or not.
Ah.
The reason why is because the structural engineers got in line before the surveyors did. Look on B, topo, site. That nodes. Or node. That's typical. I'm not gonna get anal about all this stuff. I'm just showing you what you can do with this. So now utilities as water line. What else do we got here? That's all. That's good. Spot elevation, natural ground. That was good. Telecom goes on utilities. Yes. And we'll do the same thing here. Okay. All right, so I think we've got enough to at least start looking at and getting.
Yes.
22, let's see, what did we have in our code? We had the edge of pavement. Is that right?
Also had a e.g. edge of gravel in there.
In your list of points. Yeah, let me come back to this for a second.
Will design will inspire.
I've got that 60 penny found. That's fine. BC. What's a BC?
Building corner.
Oh, there we go. BC is the building corner. And the back of curb, I got that. BRK, what are you indicating with that? That that's a brake lane feature?
Yes.
Okay.
And actually those, when I'm actually drawing lines in the field when I do that.
Yep. CLR.
Centerline road.
CLR, okay. CLR equals CL, but for a road. Okay. Control, we've already done. EC is edge of concrete. ECEG is edge of gravel. EM we said was some kind of meter.
Electric meter.
EP is their edge of pavement. All right. There's FH fire hydrant. I don't know whether we did that or not yet. FNC for fence. GTRs are gutter. OH NG we did already. OHW. Talk about that. We'll see how that works in a minute. That PVM&T. Is that just a surface shot on the?
Yeah. That just elevation only, probably.
Well, potentially, yeah. But it's like a spot shot on the pavement.
Yes.
Okay. It's not the edge of the pavement, so we don't want.
Correct.
Okay. And SCF, I asked you that once before, and it's a survey found.
Cat found. Yep.
That's a survey cap found. All right, and sign telped, we did both of those already in tow.
I mean, we should have timelines.
I imagine the tow slope, is that what you mean by
Yes.
tow, or
Yes.
tow?
Toe slope.
Do you not have any topper slopes?
I'm just calling those break.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Alrighty. UP was a utility pole. Looked at that, I think, and util we got vault WM and WV. Okay. Think good to go. All right, so let's take a look at BC. So that's a building corner. It goes on building points, 3D break line, 3D and 2D. No, well. We'll leave the code there. So BC is one you normally use, right? Did you say?
Yes.
For code in buildings, yeah. So we're 3D and 2D. All right, so 3D and the line type is just gonna be by layer. That's fine. Say okay, and NG taking care of that site. That. Okay, so all back of curb now. Back of curb.
100%. We did all day.
Pavement.
I mean, even.
I don't need a description in the drawing. Because I'll recognize it for what it is. Will be 3D and 2D. Let's call that curb. And we can set line style, colors, and all that stuff. Let me see. Do you have a layer called curb? No, sorry. All right, so curb points. Now, here was that 3D. That's what I was trying to. 3D BRKLN. That's the one I was trying to figure out. And the back of curb points. Really. I'm gonna leave those symbols on there. Now the line type should also be strange. And if we have time, or maybe some other time, I'm gonna show you how to use this template ID, because this is where I could shoot the back of the curb, have it generate not just the back of the curb, but the top of the curb, the face of the curb, the gutter, all that kind of different stuff.
Oh my gosh.
You know, right now, when you draw this, you're shooting gutter and back of curb, it looks like. But are you shooting the back of a standard 6-inch square curb, or is that typically an asphalt wedge curb?
The 6-inch, the standard concrete curb.
Okay, so a concrete curb that's essentially flat across the top for 6 inches, and then it drops down the face for 6 inches, right?
Yes.
So to model that correctly, when you shoot a point, a gutter point, or the back of the curb point, you need to create that missing line that you're not shooting. You're not shooting that top of curb.
Top of curb. Yeah.
Because you know that it's 6 inches away, but the computer doesn't know anything about that. So you can fix that with the back of curb points might always be creating a 3D line 6 inches away at the same elevation. Now that works as long as that never, as long as your shots for gutter never cross that offset line. And then that might not. It's probably easier to take the gutter code and offset it nearly straight up. You can't use a straight vertical surface when you're modeling.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You got to put it in just a little bit. All right, so we're gonna do that to the gutter code if you shot all the gutters and not to the back of curb. So let's do that. Let's come down here and find. See, did we put that on? Yeah, roads and pavements. All right. On curb points. So now let's go to the gutter code. And it's going to create the flow line. And it's going to be on curb. And 3D and 2D. 3D BRKLN. I think that's good. That symbols. Right now down here on my template, I'm going to choose the select button and I'm going to put this in your settings folder. And I'm going to call this TOC from GTR, TOC from gutter. Right. Okay, well, you won't let me create it new on the fly. Let's just edit and save. That's the way we'll do it. So now it's new. TOC from gutter. There we go. Now, this is like, and you can make this as complicated as you want, but we're going to always say when we shoot a gutter, of course, it matters whether you're left or right. That's the only thing here. Well, for now, I'll show you how we can fix it by a simple inspection. So right now, this is the point I'm shooting is the gutter. Okay? I'm going to add its offset line. So I'm going to go over here as a vertical difference, and I'm going to add 1/2 foot. And I'm going to make it just 0.02, just 0.02 of a way leaned back.
Okay.
Make it 0.05 so we can tell a little bit. And then we're going to call this POC. And so now when we shoot this point here and it starts drawing lines between all those points, it's going to also bring a point up here and start drawing those lines as well. Okay. Now,
Okay.
for now, though, what's going to happen is, let's say I'm shooting that gutter. But it doesn't. No, so if I get to like a curb cut, yes, screw that up. So you know what we're going to do? All right, so you see how this is done. Now you can do this, for instance. Let's add 0.5. We'll call it back of curb. So you could do even something like this to where you shoot this point here and you add and maybe from over here, we're going to add slope at an 8% for 2 feet, and we'll call that EP. All right, so you shoot this one flow line point, right? And as you go, it's going to build the top of curb, the back of curb, the edge of the gutter pan out here. Okay, whatever you want to do. That's one thing that you can do with this. But I was just, when I was thinking through, this concept. I'm not going to use that at all. I'm going to show you what we're going to do. We're going to say select and cancel. So it clears that out, makes it none. And we'll say, okay, and here's what I'm going to do is with this gutter code, I'm going to get in the habit of defining it when I go to it. So if I scroll down, here's my gutter start on point 21 and it goes to 25. Now, do you remember off
Which direction I was going?
which way, left or right, from 21 to 25? Which way was this? Which side was that line? Was the back?
I'd have to look at the map, but I can remember from
All right,
points.
so we'll come back to that, okay? And I'll show you
Okay.
how that'll be a good way to fix this. All right, so I think,
Hey, Kim, one thing we'll have to talk about is a pretty good point because we're going to be we're heading out of town here pretty soon.
oh, yeah.
Um,
Okay.
So I didn't know, if there's a good stopping point now where we could pick back up, or how do you
Yeah,
usually do that?
There is, if you got about 3 more minutes left in you.
Sure.
okay?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, so I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna say exit. And now I'm gonna come back to this and we're just gonna say, okay, and we're gonna let it cook. And see what happens with all of this, and then we can see what else is going on. Now, here's a bunch of
Okay.
points. And I can see some things here that probably should have had stop codes on them that weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And let's change that to B. And I'm going to use. All right, so I've got some of those stop codes, but now notice the difference. Remember when we looked at your first one? All of these.
Mhm. Oh, wow.
Now we still got these 2D lines, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that are done, but we've done some of them. We've said like this edge of pavement, we said make 3D lines. And
Okay.
it's on 3D break line.
Right.
And so now what I would do is we would go through here and now this is on
Fence.
road and that
Road. Should be edge of pavement.
and there's one topo.
Those are a break and toe.
And so we can't found. See if I can do this here, man. Let's see, let's add. I'm not sitting here trying to make it pretty. I'm just, all right, so there's one called toe and
Mhm.
fence. So if we were to fix those particular codes and run this again, toe should be 3D line only. Unless I needed to map them for any reason.
Mhm.
So anyway, I'm gonna draw this field to finish as TOE. I'm gonna edit my codes real quick. TOE. Let's just do a search for TOE. edit that, and it's going to draw, it needs to draw just 3D polylines on. Yeah, see, that's, I figured I've got, I misremembered whatever I assigned one of them, so it's going to something, so. We'll use that. So that was tow. What did we say? We had another EP. Let's see, search EP. And that's going to go 3D and 2D. Description. That's fine. 3D. Line. 3D, that's all well and good. Say okay. And save that and exit that. Now, again, we're not done with this part yet, but we're going to go back now and you see it's going back to process this stuff and it reprocessed that. All right. So now when I look at this stuff in 3D, let me freeze these points for just a moment. Freeze points. There we go now. Now you see I've automatically generated some 3D lines, and this is what's going to go into making those terrain models. Okay. And where's that gutter? There's those road edges. Talk me through where a gutter shot would be.
Yeah, there would be pretty much right where you were. Gutter shot. Let me show you one right here. Let's see. Back a curve. That would have been this center one right here is the gutter, and then that would be the end of the right where the gutter bed meets the edge of pavement. So that center line is the gutter.
All right, so that's the edge of pavement there. And this one is the gutter. And that's the back of curb. So when this feature starts from here to here, you could put a start and stop if you wanted, or you could do this. That middle is the gutter. If you change that to be this. Instead of just gutter start, which is fine, it's going to be gutter start and then OH minus 0.05 and OB 0.5, I think is how this needs to be. Okay, and then if we draw another one, we can change it to be the other direction. In fact, it looks like we've got them down here. We've got, this would be a, that's a gutter and that's the end. And so it actually would be the very same thing if I go out to the front part of that, which was this one. Well, no, let me see. Yeah.
You know what? I did that smo and then yeah.
So well, I mean, we'll come back and revisit that, but excuse me, if I go to this front one where we started, is that our gutter start? Yes. So our gutter starts, and we said OH negative 0.05, OV 0.5. Now, we could now change, we've changed the file. We can also have done, we could use that inspector to update certain ones, but let's just update this and see what happens with it. And let's freeze our points again.
Mhm. I see it on that one, and then there was I see what happened there.
And so now here was, I did the start up here now, and so you see this line and this line are the tops of the curve. And you can let's put this back. Oops. And we looked at over, I don't remember if we didn't do anything over there. I don't think yet.
Mhm.
But here you can see now that the curb is now going to be defined by
Got an elevation bust over there or something.
this right here.
Well, yeah, and that the curb line on the opposite side of the street looks to be so much higher than the curb line. That's
Oh, yeah, sure
j-
does. But making sure I'm not sitting on a vertical scaling issue. I'm not, I'm at 1. Yeah, so that may be something to check out. And here's another quick, real last little bit I want to show you now that we've got that done. Is if you look at your surface quick profile,
Mhm.
we're going to use screen entities because we haven't built a surface file yet. So we're going to take screen entities and we'll look at it across here, for instance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've got now if I put a one-time exaggeration on it, there it is with no vertical exaggeration. So you've got
Mhm.
an issue up there until it comes down to here. I
Mhm.
would think. Looks like you're at 73. Well, let's see. If I read my little crosshairs over on the right-hand side, I'm at 673 over there. And down here, I'm at 667 or even less.
Mhm.
What is that? 6 or 7 feet difference?
Yeah, that's
You know what that is, don't you?
rod height bust,
Yeah.
huh?
Exactly right. Rod
Yeah,
height
I can.
or instrument, either one. I don't know what you're using to survey with. But yeah, so that's always something that you should always do is use this 3D stuff to check things out.
Boy, it just sticks out like a thumb. And now I did have on another job, I had some bust and I knew the difference between the points, and I had 2 rod heights. So I was able to go in and use the raw data file. And man, that was a lesson in itself.
Yeah,
Under-
it is, but the nice thing about doing it from the raw file, and I know you said something about doing it with spreadsheets, and those are okay as long as you catch them all. But the
Right.
thing about the raw file is that it will always reprocess. It's like a spreadsheet. It keeps the formulas in, you know, and you just recalc. So, you know, that's, I generally like to do that. Now, a lot of people will come out of the field and they say, hey, I've got a coordinate file and it looks fine in the field. Yeah, so here's, you got the same thing. Looks like it's the
Mhm.
whole edge.
It's that line, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, the points are right there with it, so it's, I mean, it is the line, but the line was created from the points, so that part is, correct. Now, if I take a look across, this real quick, and I see there's probably, maybe not. So I'm way over on that side. I'm elevation at 671.5. I get all the way over to here. And I'm at 666.5.
That's
And
about
there's
right.
5 feet difference, and that may be correct, you know, so
Yeah,
use that, you know, and always pay attention because it might come in here as a fit view. When it first comes in, I believe it does actually. If I can get that to switch, I can't seem to.
oh, I gotta, I gotta pop up
Oh.
here, maybe stopping it. Well, let me try it
So-
again.
So, you know, if you look at that and you say, oh, Mo, I've got a bus, no, make sure you're checking this over here. And check
Right.
one and set that. All right. So now with that being done and said and done, you know, you got some issues to straighten up.
Yep.
But you can see how field to finish is doing the same thing here in the office that you're typically doing out in the field. But, and unless you look at those things in 3D out in the field, you're not necessarily, you know, checking what you got there, but that also means you don't have to bring in the DXF. You're actually creating this stuff for this automatically. And we can get into, you know, fine tuning layer designations, line styles, and all of that, you know, another time if you'd like.
Yes.
Or you can sit down and play, you know, scratch your head on this and play with it some on your own. You tell me, I'm happy to help you. But I don't want to, I don't want to run you short of money on this job or anything else, but if you got some budget on, you'd like to really dive deep, we can use this as a great example.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, I definitely want to keep, you know, working towards that contour side. So yeah, absolutely. What does your
Okay.
next week look like for maybe another 4-hour block?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop our recording here.